Mr. Deputy Mayor, we're live.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the March 1st edition of the Development Services Committee meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order, please, and welcome to the members of the public who have come. The Township of Oro-Medonte acknowledges that we are situated on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people and ancestral territory of the Huron-Wendat. The Anishinaabe include the Ottawa, the Ojibwe, the Potawatomi nations known collectively as the Three Fires Confederacy. It continues today as the home for diverse Indigenous peoples, including the historic Métis community in Penetanguishene. The Anishinaabe people continue to have an enduring relationship with this land, specifically the Chippewas of the First Rama Nation, the Chippewa Tri-Council, and the Williams Treaties First Nations. The Huron-Wendat Nation also continues to pay respect and protect their ancestors and heritage on this land. We honor the Indigenous history and culture that has thrived for millennia in this territory and the treaties that bind us together as partners in the spirit of a shared and sustainable and prosperous future. We are all treaty people. Our commitment begins with acknowledging the truth so that we can move forward together towards reconciliation. Madam Deputy Clerk, may we have the motion to approve the agenda?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Greenlaw. It is recommended that the agenda for the Development Services Committee meeting of Wednesday, March 1, 2023 be received and approved.
All in favor? Motion carried. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Madam Deputy Clerk, may we have the motion to approve the minutes of the previous Development Services Committee meeting?
Moved by Young, seconded by Hutchinson. It is recommended that the draft minutes of the Development Services Committee meeting held on Wednesday, February 1, 2023 be received and approved as printed and circulated.
Members of Council, are there any changes? Seeing none. All in favor? Motion carried. No. Okay. On to the first matter on the agenda. First of all, I'll read the opening statements. These are a series of committee meetings, which are public meetings, which are each in and of themselves hearings. So there'll be an opening statement for each of the hearings. I will briefly summarize the process to be utilized for the meeting. Each application will be considered separately. The staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the application, provide any relevant information, note any correspondence that has been received to date, and advise of any statement received from the applicant or if the applicant intends to make a presentation. If so, the applicant will then be given the opportunity to make a brief presentation. After the presentation, any members of the public that have been registered to provide comments or who are in the audience will be given the opportunity to speak in the application being considered. The Deputy Clerk will advise of those who have registered, and finally, staff will confirm if any further correspondence has been received during the meeting. There will be a separate statement to be read at the start of each scheduled public meeting and hearing. With that, we will proceed to the first public meeting, which is a notice of receipt of a complete application, notice of particulars and public access, notice of public meeting for proposed amendment to the zoning bylaw of the Township of Oro-Medonte, 15 Guest Road, 2022 zoning bylaw amendment 13 for 15 Guest Road, Inc. The public meeting or hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the proposed application by 15 Guest Road, Inc. on lands municipally known as 15 Guest Road. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purpose of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the proposed application. Has there been any correspondence received on this matter, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Yes, correspondence received from the Township of Oro-Medonte Manager, Development Engineering, February 6, Ministry of Transportation, February 6, Severn Sound Environmental Association, February 7, Township of Oro-Medonte Building Division, February 10, Enbridge Gas, Inc., February 21, Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division, dated February 22, Futuris Investments, dated February 28, and County of Simcoe Planning Department, dated February 28, 2023.
Thank you very much. I will now turn the meeting over to Michael Barton, Township Planning Consultant, who will explain the purpose and effect of the proposed application and any written statement received from the applicant. Mr. Barton, please.
Good evening. Thank you very much. So I'm here tonight to go over this application with you. As you heard, we have been receiving comments to this point as recently as today. So we're taking those all into consideration, as well as the information that we hear tonight. So we can see on the first slide here the location of the property at 15 Guest Road, currently zoned agricultural rural under the zoning bylaw and designated agricultural. It's currently used for open storage on the property, so there are some existing structures.
Excuse me, Mr.
More
Barton.
temporary nature. Oh,
Sorry, we seem to not have the monitors in the council room displaying the presentation that you're speaking to. Madam Deputy Clerk, was that your?
Yes, it was. If we could just give us a minute to turn them on, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Are we also streaming live? I presume we are. Okay.
Yes,
Just
if
to
we could just get
clarify
oh, here
that
they
all
are
the
now.
technology is in.
Thank you.
This one's off. You want me to come do it?
and I'll just wait till I know that you're seeing it.
Yes, we will. Thank you. Yep. Everybody in the audience is okay with the presentation? You can see it? Okay, thank you very much. Sorry about that. Mr. Barton, perhaps if you could start from the beginning again, just to provide so that everybody can see your presentation. Thank you very much. Please proceed.
No problem at all. So yes, I'll go back to, I think the slide that you should see is the map, the property location, and with indicating the zoning and official plan designations on the left. So I hope that's the slide you're currently seeing. So again, what we're seeing here on the right-hand side is the location of the property at 15 Guest Road in the hatching on that figure. The current designation zoning category on the property is agricultural rural, with the official plan designation agricultural. The property is currently used for open storage of sand. There is an existing structure on the property, which we will have a photo of later in the presentation. So we will see a continuation and expansion of the storage use that's on the property today. If we go to the next slide. So the purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment is to consider a proposal to the zoning bylaw to change the zoning designation from agricultural rural zone to an agricultural rural exception zone. So we'll be maintaining the agricultural rural with site-specific exception. The zoning will allow for an aggregate depot that includes storage of sand and stone. The intent is it's for local landscaping and construction projects. There'll be 3 sea containers in proximity to stored aggregate material. There's also a silo proposed that will be for storage of Portland cement. And the intent is this will be a seasonal operation from April to December with variable daily activity based on the local demand. Next slide, please. So we can see on this photo here, an aerial view with the property limits shown in red. So we can see the existing character, and you can see on the site there, there is some use that we will see from photos from Guest Road as well on the property. Next slide, please. Currently, the property is shown there in the, what looks to me to be purple anyways, the subject lands. This is in the agricultural rural designation. And then you can see that it's a large agricultural rural designation around the property. Next slide, please. Under the current official plan, the property is designated agricultural, as is the surrounding area. And then on the next slide, the adopted official plan, but not in force at this time, it sits in an employment area. So again, the area that's currently agricultural, shown here as being an employment area. Next slide, please. Under the county official plan, the property is in the agricultural designation. Next slide, please. So the site plan here, we could see, if it's large enough for you, I think maybe we can zoom it, but you could see the location of 3 sea containers forming a U shape with the silo next to it. So we have this, as well as that'll help with screening. The intent is help with some screening of the aggregate storage. So it'll be a combination of the sea containers, the silo, and outdoor aggregate storage proposed on the property. Next slide, please. So these are site photos taken of the property. So 3 photos here in front of you. So on the left, as looking at the property, looking east along Guest Road. Then in the center picture, looking west along Guest Road, and then you can see the property where the sign was posted and notice of the application. Next slide, please. Again, looking into the property, you can see again current. So you can see the notice sign on the left-hand side. Small there, but that's for context of where that notice sign was posted. You can see it on the photo there, and then again in the property, looking south within the property towards adjacent lands. If we move to the next slide. And you can see the current structures that are on the property, so how it's being used today. This is showing that arrangement with sea containers, that overhead cover that's going over there as well. And this sort of the intent that this is how the property will continue to be used. Next slide, please. So as we noted, there is no decision made tonight. We're here to gather information and public comment and answer any questions that you have. So this will conclude my component of the presentation. I will be putting together a recommendation report to be heard at a future meeting based on the comments that we've received and that will continue to come in, as well as the public information that we receive here tonight. So with that, I will conclude my portion of the meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barton. I will now turn the meeting over to Melanie Horton, who is an agent who is registered to speak to the application, and will ask if they wish to provide any comments or indicate if they have anything further to be added to the staff presentation.
Good evening. Thank you very much. Hopefully you can all hear me.
Yes, we can.
Good evening, everyone. And thank you, Michael. Michael's provided a very thorough overview of the proposal and some images of the site and what what the clients are looking at here. It's just to sort of elaborate a little bit. The purpose is to have a landscape supply, so stone, sand, and gravel, and Portland cement that would be delivered to customers locally for construction projects. So it's not a retail site where people would be coming in to pick materials up, but just strictly for delivery. And you've seen sort of the layout of the proposed use. The only thing I wanted to add to Michael's overview in terms of the planning considerations was just one item, and that's that there was a study the township commissioned in 2021, the employment land strategy by Watson and Associates, and there was a recognition that there was a shortage of supply of vacant employment lands, and some areas were identified as proposed future employment lands, and this property is within one of the areas, given its proximity to the airport, as that was suggested for employment uses. So I just wanted to add that, but happy to answer any questions you may have. That's all I had to add tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Horton. Committee members, Councillor Young, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. A couple of questions. There's a line of mature pine trees on that property. Are they going to be removed, or do they stay?
Yes, I believe that's right on the property boundary, so those will stay.
Okay, the second question is, how close is the closest house to that property?
I think it's on the north side of Guest Road. If you can bring up the air photo again, Michael, that slide. Yeah, so immediately to the north is a vacant sort of wooded area.
Yes.
There isn't a house that's very close by, and I don't know the exact distance, but it's about 120 meters, I'd guess, to the nearest residence to the west on the north side of Guest Road.
Okay, beyond that one residence, are there additional residences?
There's about 5 or 6 along Guest Road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mike, sorry, go ahead. My concern is that in terms of in that mention there, it was mentioned the activity. And what does that consist of? We're talking about heavy trucks up and down that road. There's been problems with other areas within Oro-Medonte that the same type of thing, construction, and they got heavy trucks going up and down the road constantly. I should say constantly, but on a regular basis. And obviously the people, the neighbors are quite concerned about that, the change in the quietness of a country property. Do you know much about the activity that he's referred to?
Yes, yeah, actually, excellent question. Thank you. And I think township staff recognized that as a potential concern, so they asked that the submission include a traffic brief. So that was prepared by Azure Engineering, and that evaluated the impact on the operational level and safety of Guest Road and kind of the surrounding homes there. The applicants are contemplating there'd be about 2 trips per day. So it wouldn't be a busy aggregate site like you might have in some other areas of the township. But it's just so a triaxle truck or a dump truck being loaded with the materials on the site and making 1 or 2 deliveries a day, as opposed to sort of constant stream of truck traffic.
They're making sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, they're making deliveries, and they have 1 truck and 1 loader for the operation.
Yeah, I saw in the barn there.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's delivering now. Who brings the stone and to the property itself? That's additional trucks. Right?
Yeah, good question. So the intent of that storage dome is to have an inventory that would supply them for a couple of weeks. So those would be periodic, maybe once a week or once every 2 weeks, of either stone and sand or cement powder.
Okay, thank you. And you're unaware of any complaints from those 5 or 6 residents in the area there? Eh?
Yeah, we haven't heard any complaints from the residents in the area.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Any other council members have any questions? So if I might ask, so this is primarily a business-to-business undertaking then?
It'd be business to private as well. So for homeowners that are doing small construction projects, they would supply those customers as well.
Okay, all righty, thank you. And it's all an aggregate operation, so we're talking about sand and different aggregate mixture, or different aggregate
That's
grades?
exactly right. So stone, sand, and then Portland cement. That's what the silo would be for.
Yeah, the silo is for the cement.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And are there enough bins for the aggregate based on that description?
As I understand it, yes. So I believe one of the owners is on the call this evening as well, but we can certainly provide those details in terms of what, how many products they might have. My understanding is it's just sort of one type of stone and one type of sand.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Any questions from council just before I turn to the public? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you very much, Ms. Horton.
Thank you.
Now I ask township staff to advise of those from the public who have registered to speak via Zoom or in person to this application. And we will now hear from each person who is registered to speak. Madam Clerk, do we have the first person?
We also had an agent on behalf of the applicant, Mr. John Mutton, if we can check with him if he would like to provide any comments.
Hi, thank you very much. I think Melanie covered everything, and I look forward to working with the staff on the evolution of the application.
Thank you. And then as well, we had Santo, the applicant, one of the applicants, as Melanie noted, if we could check with him if he had any additional comments at this time.
Thank you. I'm good right now. I think everything's been covered.
Thank you. There were no additional registrations, Mr. Deputy Mayor, at this time.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk, and thank you to the proponents. Is there anyone from the audience that would like to provide verbal comment with respect to this proposed
Hi, my name is
application?
Donald Kettle.
Please.
I live at 2 Guest Road. Do I need to be sworn in?
No, but if you could just repeat your name, please. I didn't catch it.
Donald Kettle. 2 Guest Road. Okay, so right in the side of my yard, right now there's a sewer that goes across from like a swampland that's across the road that the MTO on the highway made a very huge culvert, put that in, did a great job. But from this, it's a swampland type property directly across from my house. There is a pipe that's completely rusted out. And I actually have a picture. There's a sinkhole that has appeared multiple times that would take out somebody's axle if they were going by, and especially one of those huge trucks that is completely caved in, right? So they're saying, they had a dump truck out and a mesh put in, but the sewer's completely rotted out. And so in the summer, there's a lot of water in our area. And if that sewer, which they just dumped in stone and dirt and a piece of mesh, it's probably completely blocked. So when the snow melts, there's going to be a giant flood. It'll go across the road, and this sewer, the Oro and the MTO can't decide whether they need to fix that. But there's been a dump truck there 3 or 4 times with a crew of 5 people, and they could have just replaced the pipe many times, but they just don't want to do it. So we need to discuss, this road here is going to disintegrate under it. If you come by there, you can see that there's a lines going across right where the sewer is. And as I said, I have a picture right now in my pocket of a sinkhole that would take somebody's axle completely in there, very dangerous. So they come and they put some stone in it, but the sewer is now completely blocked with what they put in this stone, right? And if these trucks come by every day, it's just going to be a matter of this year or that caving in, right? And so they need to put in a brand new sewer that goes from the swampland across to where I live, to Guest Road. You know, if they want to, there's a company coming in Napoleon building a giant factory, and these guys, I don't know if they've got a leg up on having that business there to support building of this Napoleon factory. You know, like I said, and there's going to be water contamination for all our people here. And you know, if they're just putting in, you know, the truck on certain days more than 3 times has gone by, you know, it's going by all the time. And there's other projects that farm projects where down on the road they buried pipe under a field, and they used to put like waste product on top of the field. Now it goes under the field on line 6, you know. So that's, and there's also some kind of GMO component on the land there. So I mean that after a while, I'm concerned about my drinking water. You know, I want some kind of reassurances that the Napoleon and this other company is not going to destroy my drinking water, and that part of the road, right? It's only maybe 60 feet from the highway. If there's when there's traffic, people, they've now got apps on their thing. Oh, I'm going to avoid this traffic, and there's trucks. I've got a video on my phone right now. All the traffic going up and down line 6, and there's more than a few places on the road that the road is destroyed now. And you know, there's like some gravel put up there and stuff like that. I mean, this was a brand new paved road, and now the road, you're going to have a construction company with trucks going in all day. When they do that field, they have trucks, seed trucks and other trucks with waste going up and down that road all day long. Truck. You know what I'm saying? That road, that pipe there. Peter, are you a guy on Ward 4? Right?
I am indeed, yes.
So maybe one day you can come out and we can have a chat, and I'll show you this the site there. But this road is not going to be ready for construction trucks. And I don't know if you guys are aware of this Napoleon factory going in. Is this news, or are you all aware that this Napoleon factory is going in there?
I think we're aware of what the plans may be. However, we're restricting the conversation at this point, at least.
Okay, so I mean, you may have to keep it.
Might I just ask you, is this culvert that you're speaking of passing under Guest Road from one side to the other?
The
culvert that's collapsing.
Yeah, it's one of those old metal
Right.
ones that have the corrugation going
Right.
around. It's, you know, maybe a
Right.
2-foot pipe, right? So I mean, now they've got all the new green, but yeah, that's completely rusted out.
And it passes under Guest Road.
It passes.
Along-
No. It's on line 6.
So it passes under line 6
Yeah, under line
from
6.
the east
Yeah.
to the west. From
Well, if you're saying Highway 11, that's
running east.
north south. So south.
Okay, well, we
Yeah.
can
So
have,
east west.
yeah.
East
Okay,
west.
so we can have operations take. a
Yeah,
look
but
at
I
that
mean, like I
pipe,
said,
right.
they've been there with the dump truck, 5 guys.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I know what that costs to have 5 guys there in a dump truck. That it could have been replaced, but there's just a constant. Oh no, the MTO, they're doing it. The plows from the MTO guys do come to just the beginning of Guest Road turnaround. Like on line 6, they come to Guest Road, turn around, and come back. So I don't know if they have jurisdiction. Also, they have been given the land right. There used to be a property, I guess it would be 1, or right beside where I am, 2 Guest Road, but it would have been on line 6. There used to be a property there Now I believe the MTO has taken that over. And when, what's that company that's supposed to be clearing it? They're supposed to be cutting the grass there next door. Okay. Anyhow, they're not taking care of that property either. I just want that publicly known, because it's a mess. It's an eyesore right next door, and so yeah. But my concern is water issues and these trucks going by.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
I have a question,
Yes.
sir. That drainage culvert's there for a reason, obviously to move water from one side of the road to the other.
Yes.
Which way is it flowing?
Okay, so the water is flowing from this swamp onto my property,
Yep.
and then it curves around, and then it goes onto that proposed land that Napoleon's building on, and towards this aggregate site as well. So the water comes onto my property like that,
Yep.
then it curves around like that, and then it goes across Guest Road into that field where Napoleon's going to be, and towards the factory or the aggregate storage place.
Okay, thank you. So there's a reason for it being there, and somehow we need to address that, make sure it's not plugged and it is working.
Yeah, but like I said, it'll be a big flood, and the road is
Yeah.
if that's underwater for a while, is going to disintegrate and stuff.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Little. Are there any other persons present who wish to speak to this matter?
My name's Mike Holchevak, and I live at 8 Guest Road, which is the closest property to this site. Now, there's a few things going on. Besides on actually Guest Road itself, okay, there's a very large culvert going from his property across the street. And I don't know how much ground is between that culvert and the top of Guest Road, but loaded trucks are going to crush it in no time. On top of that, I mean, I've lived there 20 years now. No one's ever done anything to improve the road. In fact, it's been splitting and going off to each side over the years. And I don't think that what's the weight limit of that road? I don't think it's like there for those trucks. I mean, it's not. I mean, everything I got told was like, I tried to put up a garage once, and they got told by this office, it's water land protected, this and that. I couldn't do that, and now all this is going on. Okay, and as far as the trucks, only a couple going by. Well, that might be the one truck he's got, but due to a situation where I'm home basically 24/7 now, I see how many trucks go by. Okay. Part of my problem with some of the trucks go by is these guys don't know the bloody speed limit, okay? Because I don't know how they get from 0 to almost 80 from the stop sign, but they somehow manage this, okay? And it's, I mean, the other thing too is you guys talk about like proposal. I mean, this place has already been in business already a season. Okay, it's like this is almost like if you guys were to vote no now, what does he do? Tear it all down and go home? Like what happens at that point? Okay, because this almost seems like, just sort of, lipstick and rouge to cover up something that was missed. Okay, because, and on top of that, with the Napoleon thing, and I know you guys can't talk about the Napoleon thing, but between that and this, like this is basically destroying where we live. And I was not told about any kind of a business hub. What is this place supposed to be called?
Environmental hub, an employment hub.
An employment hub. Yeah. My impression was that there was to be no building of any commercial kind, multi-dwelling, anything like that, this side of Highway 11 towards the lake. Anything that's going to happen is going to happen on the other side. Now, all of a sudden, I mean, I don't want to get technical about the Napoleon issue, but the Napoleon issue has basically opened up a whole can of worms with what's going on here. It's like no man's land now. Like this, like I said, I couldn't even build a garage. And now I got a guy building, you know, a mini city across the street, and another guy making concrete and having all these trucks go by. But there's been absolutely no improvements. Like, I mean, I know the road can't handle that traffic. It's not even a question. I already know it can't handle that traffic. And I do notice, I don't know why, if it's just my imagination, but in some of these map drawings, I noticed that the turnaround's gone, and it looks like there seems to be a road straight out to the highway now. Is that something that's being proposed, or am I missing something here? You know, like, I mean, now it's going to be a thoroughfare? Like, what's, like, I don't understand what's going on here. Like, if you go back on some of these slides, you'll see what I'm talking about. But anyways, and my thing was, like, they also want to, with all this, basically making the off-ramp going on to, so there'd be like a lot more traffic. It's not just, like, now it's not just the aggregate place, it's also Napoleon's trucks in and out all the time, constantly. Like, there's going to be never any peace over there. And I don't understand why, like, here you've already got a turnaround. Since Napoleon got this property here, I don't understand why you couldn't put a road from well, I don't want to say go through your parking lot, but basically somewhere close where basically trucks and that can go towards, so they don't touch our side. Like, even so, for both, basically be like a service road that would service the aggregate place and Napoleon at the same time, as opposed to ripping through what's left of our road. And on top of that, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, I don't know how much anybody cares, but then there's, you know, quality of life there. Value of my house, so it's going to be worth $50 now because there's all this stuff going up. Like, does anybody even, like, who's responsible for any losses that we're going to get from this? I mean, even with Napoleon thing, they want to put a big berm. And last time a berm was put up, that was the one of the MTO put off the highway. And there used to be that house in the corner. And basically they had to buy the house off the guy that did there because it almost floated away. Okay, because there's nothing but standing water there. So realistically, you're trying to establish, I don't expect to do this. It's like putting a dirt road in a major city. Okay, it just doesn't make sense. Okay, and it's just being pushed through. And realistically, unbeknownst, I'm not that far away from that property. I mean, I can see that property from my driveway. I mean, I'm not, you know, it's there. It's like, I mean, I wouldn't have had a major problem, but, you know, at the same time, you know, what would happen, like with the roads, like basically compensation, anything being fixed, anything being done to help us, instead of us just, oh, here you go, too bad, so sad. We'll have these trucks coming through at 60 miles an hour, and if they run over your dog or your kid, you know, then what? You know, and it's like, you know, it's aggravating, so I'm kind of missing half of what I want to say here. Okay, but I mean, I know when I'm being pushed, and right now I really feel like I'm being pushed. Okay, like basically that sign, even for the proposal, when did it go up? Like a week ago, 2 weeks ago? I go up and down that road all the time. That just, I happen to go by and go, oh, look at this, because it just happened to pop up. All right, and you know, I mean, if there are ways to alleviate any issues for us, like I said, one road servicing, you know, up to the 7th line, where there is more, like here, like more like commercial stuff. Like, I don't see why that wouldn't happen, especially since the turnaround's here. You know, why try to basically destroy, because basically you'd be destroying everything over there, right? It's like going through and spending all this extra money when realistically you've got a simple solution here already. I mean, either way, no matter who's coming out of there, they're still going to have to do, if they're going south, they're still going to have to hit the 7th line overpass to go south, right? So that's, I don't know, I can't think of anything else right now. Or
I can add to you some.
You can add? Yeah. That's about it for now, you know, so, you know, I mean, like I said, I feel like we're getting run over, and thrown out, yeah, nobody cares. And like I said, that one culvert for sure, that's a huge culvert. I think that's like, the big one is like what, 4 feet, 5 feet wide? You're talking something you could drive a car through almost, and you got dump trucks driving over that are full. So I don't even know what's going to happen between that and Napoleon. That's going to have to go away anyways, because Napoleon's not going to want anything draining into there. Then what? We've already got a floodplain around. It basically circles basically from the 6th line up to the property beside me, the woods, like maybe about, I don't know, 10, 15 feet in, and then comes back across in front of my property and kind of stops there because there's nowhere to go, because the 6 Guest Road doesn't have any kind of culvert or anything to take the water to get rid of it to go, I guess you guys would say, south, right? So
I have to ask you a question if you don't mind. Well, I'm looking at this aerial view. I don't see an access to or from Highway 11.
No. I know here is what there's in one of the master proposals. I don't know if you see where it shows Guest Road.
Yes.
I don't know. You have to bring it up because I can only see it when it's on the. Like it looks like a wide.
My question, I guess, is like, how do you get onto that road?
Yeah.
It looks like it only goes to.
Like right there. You see, you've got Guest Road, and instead of a turnaround being there, I don't know if that's the way you guys just draw things, but it looks like there's an entrance onto the highway now. There's no turnaround there anymore. You know, like
I just think that's the representation. There's no intention
well,
to.
Well, because it shows an open. There's no blockage.
Yeah.
Technically, there should be a line going through, not an open, because that to me says intersection.
Right. Yeah. There's no proposal to put an entrance to Highway 11. No.
Right. So my question is, how do you get onto your road? You have to come onto your road from Ridge Road, or can you get onto line 6?
I get off Highway 11,
Yeah,
right?
okay.
And if I got to go south, I go drive up to the 7th line, do the turnaround, like.
All right. Yeah. So it
everybody
is
else.
it is a through road. Then I just that aerial view, all I could see was a turnaround, a cul-de-sac at the end. That's what I could see.
Correct.
Yo, it is like right now. Yeah, because it's old Highway 11, right?
Yep.
And I don't think it's been paved since what, 55?
Okay.
But like I said, that road's in terrible shape anyways.
Yeah.
So
Hear you.
you know,
you.
it's gonna last like a couple seasons and that's it.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, no, I appreciate
You're
your
welcome.
comments. Yeah. Okay. Please state your name.
Karen Proctor, 4 Guest Road. Bear with me, I've never done this before. But I have a question. Why are we sitting here tonight? When I started texting Sean Scott, May 24th of last year, I actually kept him in the loop. He was in contact with everybody here. Nobody knew nothing. August the 18th, my other half called the phone number on the truck that drove by and said, yep, we're open for business. Why are we here? They were already running last year already. They said they had no complaints. The driver that was driving the truck, we'd stopped him. And we said, how did this happen? Everything got slid on the road. When the big bales of straw came down our road and got piled up, we knew something was going on. We got blindsided. And it just kept going and kept going. I kept going to Sean. We have loaders running at 10 o'clock at night. We have dump trucks going down our road. We have big gravel trucks going down our road. Not this 2 times a day. We have seen that truck probably 6, 8 times a day. They start early in the morning and they go till dark in the summer, because the more money they can make, the better. What do we get? Nothing. We get disturbance on our little road, that there's nothing left of our little road. We have a speed bump, we caught it, in front of our road. He can't go fast because he'll just launch it, but he's killing it. They're killing our little area. What are you guys gonna do for us? I can repeat everything that they said and I won't, but I have text messages on my phone, May 24th, right up until the day they started. Township knew nothing, according to what Scott told me. He was my guy, I trusted him. Nobody knew nothing. Nobody knew nothing. Now we got a company running and now they want to be okay to get it passed. What happened to us? You guys didn't back us. You guys knew. Sorry, I'm done. Done.
Thank you very much, Ms. Proctor. Councillor Young, please.
Can I just suggest something? We have similar problems in other areas of Oro-Medonte, including on the 10th line, trucks running up and down there. What they've been advised to do is document, okay, the times, the number of trucks as best you can, okay, because the other one on the 10th line, they're currently before the courts. John?
I don't think this is the time to bring up something else, but I'm unsure.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. But in any event, document as best you can, okay? And we'll take it from there.
Can I comment on that?
Sure, go ahead.
We would work. Mike, because of the circumstances, but I know.
Please, just one moment. Sorry.
If
Thank
you can
very
come
much.
to the mic, because when you're speaking from the gallery, the sound doesn't show up. Thank you.
Karen Proctor back. On the weekends, we can document it, but we all work, right? So I know on weekends, it's more than 2 times a day. It's way more than 2 times a day. So we'll start documenting.
Yeah, if I may comment further through Deputy Mayor. One of my concerns is, you mentioned early in the morning, late at night, and I believe that you're home as well type of thing, eh? But that's one of my concerns when, it should be.
Okay, so one of my things to Scott was, we get up at 3 o'clock in the morning to go to work. I work in Schaumburg, so I leave at 3:30 in the morning. When the loaders were running at 9 o'clock at night in the summer, and I could hear them, and I said to Scott, what is our noise bylaw? Like, I don't need to be here, and I'm 2 doors from Mike. I could hear it at night. So yes, we don't need trucks running, and they go from sun up to sundown. So we'll start documenting.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Hutchison, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. So thank you for your comments. I was going to ask when the presentation was being made, but I concluded that this was a business that was looking to start this business. And I was going to ask if this business had already been operating. So Melanie Horton or Michael Barton, can you clarify for council what the status of this business is as you know it?
This is Michael. So my understanding is that the business is operating with the sea containers as we have that picture, I think, from site. If we might be able to scroll to that. We have the sea containers and that coverage showing where the outdoor aggregate storage exists. So it is operating today. So the applicant is seeking to, there may be modifications to operations, but on site today is the operation as is intended to continue through this application. And perhaps Melanie can provide a little bit more of that, or the owner I know is here as well.
Yeah, thank you. It's Melanie. That's correct as how Michael's described it. That's so I was engaged with John Mutton last July to get the required approvals for this operation. I understand that the owners had been advised by someone from the township that they needed to pursue a zoning amendment, which they did as soon as they were told to do that. They didn't know they needed it before that. So that was August. And we're here in March.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barton and Ms. Horton, and thank you for the question, Councillor Hutchison. If there are no further comments from the public, are there, please?
I'm Fred Goldsmith. I live at 4 Gust Road. Also on this, that they haven't shown, they have a building. I do believe it's in the back of the white there, so it'll be at the front of the yard they built. Like a shack, is there not, like you have to have a permit? Before that, when Sean was in, and we told him they had forms for concrete, that they were there, but now they have a big slab there. Don't you have to have, like, if I want to put a garage up in my backyard, excuse me, do I not have to have a permit, put a concrete pad on the ground? This thing sits on a concrete pad already that's sitting there. Let alone the St. Mary's cement trucks that go up and down that road to bring that silo. Like, should that silo be even standing and holding all this stuff? Like, it was a private house before. Now it's commercial. But all this stuff was done, and they've been running all year, let alone dump trucks at St. Mary's Cement. Right in front of my house is a culvert, like they said. It's like this, and it's a speed bump. The plows go through there in the winter, and that plow goes up and down. Now, can you imagine that truck that's fully loaded, coming in, coming out, dump trucks coming in, gravel, sand, rock, whatever they're putting in there? But nothing was done. There was no building permits put up on a tree. Like at the front of the yard, this is all at the back of the house, or the back of the yard. There was never a building permit up for anything. All those bales of hay went in, then we knew it was already going, and they just went. It was like a roller coaster, like they just kept going. Now it's all there.
Okay, thank you very much.
And the one in council,
Yes.
like the other council member, he all knew this. Like, we were watchdogs for him. Like, this is going on, this is going on. They got footings in the ground before the concrete went in. You know, they mixed all this stuff right on site, I would imagine. It's a concrete company, mix on site.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, any other members of the public wishing to speak? Okay.
Hold on a second. I'm not sure how this process works, right? You know, maybe we had a nice little conversation, but where is it going to go from here? You know?
Okay.
I wanna-
Okay, please. Thank you very much. I'll explain that. So this is a meeting for the purposes of hearing from the public and from hearing from the proponent, what they're proposing, and we've heard from both parties. Staff will take away the information that they've heard, and the matter will come again before the Development Services Committee with regard to an actual report, either recommended or otherwise. And at that time, a final decision will be made as to whether or not the matter will proceed as the proponent is proposing it or not. So there will be a second meeting with this.
Meeting, but does this depend on bylaws of Oro-Medonte, or just which way the wind's blowing that day, or
It does.
Financial considerations?
It does depend on the bylaws of the township, and the proponent, or the applicant in this case, has applied for a zoning bylaw amendment, which the township can grant or not grant.
So they kind of bargained in bad.
Yeah, sorry, we can't continue to debate at this point, but please just understand that there is another meeting and there will be a process that will be followed, and it will be followed in accordance to the bylaws of the township and the laws of the province. And thank you very much for all of your participation. We hear your concerns.
How can we find out about the second meeting?
It'll be posted, as are all of these meetings, on the website, yes. So
And who, that sign that got put there, who put that sign there?
the applicant is required to post that sign in accordance to the bylaw, right? And it's,
excuse me, I'm just going to interrupt for a second here. This is not two-way dialogue, and it's not. There's a process, so the questions can only be communicated through the mic from the audience. So it's recorded and it's part of the public recording. So I apologize, but it's part of decorum of council that we have a procedure that when you speak, you come to the mic, you announce your name. I'm not trying to be difficult. It's just so that the recordings are part of public record.
thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I think ultimately, you know, you'd be advised to follow the process and inform yourself of the process, and perhaps contact township staff after this meeting in order to stay abreast. And you can sign up for notifications as to when these meetings are, so that you're aware. Okay, so with that, I think we'll I'll make the closing statements on this, and then we'll proceed to the next item. Thank you. So the committee wishes to thank all of you for your participation, either through your submission, written comments, or oral comments, and we'll consider these matters in our decision going forward. And a copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearings in regards to the application. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. Madam Clerk, could I ask you just to articulate to the people in the crowd how they can register so that they get notification when this matter comes back before Development Service, please?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Through the website, we have a notification that you can sign up to receive notification when meetings are public, when the agenda's been posted. And if you'd like to leave your name with me and your email, I can send you the links, and you type in your information, your email that you'd like to be notified. It would be Development Services or potentially a council meeting. And when those agendas are public through the website, you would get an email saying the agenda is public. You would click on the link and you just scroll through and see all the agenda items to see items that are of interest to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and I hope this, to the members of the public, I hope that information helps so you can make sure that you have your finger on the pulse on this issue, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk and Mr. Mayor. We'll now proceed to item 5B, which is a zoning bylaw amendment application 2023, zoning bylaw amendment 02. The applicant is Level Design, Inc. The location is at 529 Mount St. Louis Road West. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the proposed application by Level Design, Inc. on lands municipally known as 529 Mount St. Louis Road West. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the proposed application. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been any correspondence received on this matter?
Yes, correspondence received from the Township of Oro-Medonte Manager of Development Engineering, February 6, Building Division, dated February 7, Operations Division, dated February 6, Enbridge Gas, Inc., February 21, and County of Simcoe Planning Department, dated February 24, 2023.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. I'll now turn the meeting over to Danielle Waters, Planner, who will explain the purpose and effect of the proposed application and any written statement received from the applicant. Ms. Waters, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. So this is zoning bylaw amendment application 2023 ZBA 02 for 529 Mount St. Louis Road West. The zoning of the property is agricultural rural, exception 96. The official plan designation is agricultural and the current use is vacant. Next slide. So the applicant is proposing the zoning bylaw amendment to change the property from agricultural rural exception 96 to agricultural rural with a new exception number. Exception 96 is in place on this property as well as several other properties in the area due to the previously decommissioned waste site. So the 96 requires a D4 study to be done and submitted to the County of Simcoe. The applicant has done this D4 study and that is under review by the county at this time. Next slide. So an aerial photo of the property. It's currently vacant and treed. Next slide. Here we can see kind of where that waste site was in the brown, and then the property is zoned agricultural rural. Next slide. In the township's official plan, it's designated agricultural, as well as in the adopted official plan, it's agricultural. And in the county, it's designated agricultural as well. Next slide. So here's the site plan for the application. It includes a 2-story main dwelling and then a 2-story detached accessory building in the backyard, which will have an increase in height and size, and that will be part of the exception for this zoning bylaw amendment. Next slide. Here, just because we're looking at increasing the height and size of the detached garage, you can see the elevation and floor plans here. Next slide. And then a view looking east and west on Mount St. Louis, and the notice sign that was posted as a requirement for the application. And then just a few pictures of the property. As I said, it's totally treed. So the photo on the left is just kind of a wide view of the property. And then the 2 photos on the right are taken from the kind of the property when you're looking at the proposed property. It's the property just to the right. It's a little bit difficult to see, but there is a bit of a slope to the property. So the detached accessory building that will increase in height and size will definitely appear smaller than the proposed dwelling due to that change in elevation. So it'll be in the rear yard, and then the change in elevation, it's down lower on the slope. Next slide. So that concludes my presentation for the amendment. No decision will be made at tonight's meeting. The purpose is just to receive public comments. I'm here to answer any comments or questions, and I believe that the applicant's agent is in the crowd, Tim Kane.
Thank you very much, Ms. Waters. I'd ask the agent, Tim Kane, who is registered to speak to the application, and if he wishes to provide any comment or indicate if anything's further to be added to the staff report. Mr. Kane, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship, Mr. Chair and members of council and staff. You are running behind, so I'm going to keep it very brief. Danielle's done a great job of summarizing the details of the application. Just wanted to confirm a couple things just because we weren't aware of the comments just yet. The D4 study that was submitted to the county has been reviewed and accepted by them. So my client is just in the final throes of having that study registered on title, which is a standard procedure at the county. So that's going through their legal channels at the moment. The other piece that wasn't mentioned as well when we were running through the designations of that property was the environmental overlay on that site as well, and it's in relation to the trees that are on there. So the other key study that was done as part of this application very early in the process was an environmental impact study that was done by an ecologist. That study looked at a version of that concept plan specifically, and determined that the residential use was appropriate on that site as well. So those are the 2 main constraints that, in my professional opinion, were on the site when my client came forward with the application, the environmental side of it, as well as clearing that D4 process. And both of those are in hand and will be done in order for council to ultimately make a decision on this application. So just in closing, I don't need to refer to the slide deck and go through that again, but as we've heard, the use is generally permitted. There's existing residential houses on either side of that former landfill site. It is supported by those various studies that I mentioned to you just now. The character of the area, it will be consistent with that character of the area. Danielle is correct. The way that site slopes down, there'll be a single detached dwelling fronting Mount St. Louis Road West, and that enlarged garage, detached accessory structure, will be located down that grade, and will be look smaller than what it does in that elevation picture that you saw there tonight. The other points I just wanted to touch on was that in a small way, it adds to the housing supply in the township, as well as to Simcoe, which is always a good thing. And just in general, I'd like to close with my opinion that it is a good planning, and we're looking forward to the application being considered by council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kane. Appreciate that. To the members of the committee, do you have any questions for staff? No? Any questions for Mr. Kane? I see none. Are there any members registered to speak from the public, Madam Deputy Clerk?
No, there were no additional registrations received.
Thank you very much. Are there members present from the public who wish to speak to this matter? I see none. Okay, thank you very much. With that, is there any additional commentary that was received during the meeting?
To you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, no, there were no further comments received during the meeting.
Okay. So, oh, I see. Okay. There appears to be, I think, an issue with the streaming video of Councillor Hutchison. Members of IT, is there anything you can recommend? Just one moment,
I'm just
please.
waiting from IT, Mr. Chair.
Okay, then one moment, please, while we deal with our technical difficulties.
The staff is going to remote in, Counselor, and check your computer.
Yeah. Madam Deputy Clerk, would it be okay if I just carried on to close this item?
Yes, please.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. So the committee wishes to thank all of those who contributed and participated either through verbal or written submissions to this matter. And we'll consider all of these matters that we've heard today here in our decision. A copy of the decision was mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regards to the application. Okay, we're going to move on to public hearing. This will be 6A, which 6A, we'll just wait one moment to see if we can clear Councillor Hutchison's current difficulties. You okay? Okay, so this is application 2022 A63. The applicant is Brandy Moser, and the municipal address is 5183 Line 9 North. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the proposed application by Brandy Moser on lands municipally known as 5183 Line 9 North. Please be advised the hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the proposed application. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been any correspondence received on this matter?
Yes, correspondence from Victoria Hoffman, February 8, Lorraine DeConning, February 6, Brian Johnstone, February 8. Bertriz Mueller, February 8. Township of Oro-Medonte Building Division, February 10. Manager of Development Engineering, February 10. Ministry of Transportation, February 10. Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division, February 10. And Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority, February 17, 2023.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. I will now turn the meeting over to Danielle Waters, planner, who will explain the purpose and effect of the proposed application and any written statement received from the applicant. Ms. Waters, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. So this is minor variance application 2022 A63 at 5183 Line 9 North. The zoning is agricultural, rural, and environmental protection. The official plan designation is agricultural, and the current use is residential. Next slide. So the applicant is proposing to construct a custom workshop with an open deck and relief from the following sections. So when we get to the site plan, it'll be a little bit more clear, but here you can see kind of the breakdown of the size of the structure, the first floor, the second floor, and then the open deck. And part of the structure will be within the environmental protection zone. So there is a 0 meter setback to the environmental protection zone, as well as part of the structure is in that environmental protection zone. Next slide. So here we can see the aerial photo of the property. It's a little hard to see because we're zoomed out quite clearly, but if you follow the driveway into the property, there's kind of a bigger clearing of the driveway there down at the end. That's the location of the proposed structure. There is an existing structure there that will be removed and replaced, and you'll see more of that in the site photos. Next slide. So the zoning for the property here is kind of a little bit all over the place with agricultural, rural, and the environmental protection. So the environmental protection is that green layer kind of going throughout the property, the yellow being the agricultural, rural. Next slide. In the township official plan, the property is agricultural. In the adopted official plan, it's changed to mostly greenlands and some agricultural. And that mirrors what the county's official plan has, which is mostly greenlands and a bit of agricultural. Next slide. Here we can see the applicant's site plan, so kind of a larger zoomed out photo on the left, and then a more zoomed in photo on the right. So the driveway comes in, there's a hashed structure there, which is the existing dwelling. And then a little bit farther down the driveway is the green hashed building, which is the proposed custom workshop. And the applicant did provide setbacks from the existing water course on the property, and it meets that 30 meter required setback. Next slide. Here are the elevations for the proposed structure. Next slide. As well as the floor plan for the proposed structure. Next slide. So north and south on line 9, as well as the sign posting. And then you kind of go down a fairly long driveway. Next slide. Down into the residential area of the property. So there's some existing accessory buildings, as well as the existing dwelling. Next slide. And here is the proposed location. So the photo in the middle shows kind of as you're coming down the driveway, the dwelling on the right side. And then if you keep going down is the proposed location for the structure. The left side there that's the existing structure that's up there, Quonset hut. And then on the right side is just a photo from a different angle on the property, a little bit closer to where the water course is located. So the applicant did submit an environmental impact study and a slope stability study, which was reviewed by Nottawasaga and signed off on. Next slide. And so a recommendation is for approval. A couple things to draw your attention to in the conditions. One being that the custom workshop is not to be used for human habitation, that the proposed development implements all the recommendations listed in the environmental impact study, as well as that the custom workshop is to be used solely for the purpose as defined within the zoning bylaw, as stated there, as well as the additional permits required. So Nottawasaga building, zoning, and all of that. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have, and I believe that the owner's agent is here as well to speak.
Thank you very much, Ms. Waters. I think we'll ask the agent, Victoria Hoffman, who's registered to speak to the application, if she has any comments or to indicate anything further to be added to the Ms. Waters' report, please. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, Victoria doesn't seem to be in the waiting room, but we were advised that the applicants would be in the chambers if they have any additional comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have the applicants here? Yes, thank you very much.
Hi there, I'm Brandy Moser, the applicant and owner of the property. It's my first time here. I will apologize for my disruption. We have our kids out there, so I'm sorry about that.
Please, yes, it's all right.
And I'm Troy Wolf, her husband. So I just wanted to say that the proposed spot that we're putting it on the property is very, in my mind, unique. You can't see our house or anything like that from the road. It's a very private spot. We're not cutting down any trees there. There's already, a proposed Quonset, or not proposed, but a Quonset hut there. We're going to take that down. Sorry.
Thank you.
Closer. Yeah. So we're going to take that down and replace it with this structure. It's just for storage, and my wife does a little bit of clothing stuff, so we wanted to do a little bit of a clothing thing upstairs for her, and that was about it. I don't know if you have anything to say, Brandy?
Yeah, the clothing piece of it is I'm a horse owner and equestrian. I ride at a barn just one line over. And there's about 30 of us that participate in the Silver Series, A Series, and we represent our barn when we go to shows. So we were having clothes made at a huge cost. And this is something that I'm able to take on with my regular career, but also a passion of mine, supporting my local barn and my show people and environment and community. And so I'm going to take that on myself and start doing them at a fraction of the cost for my friends and family at the barn.
Well, thank you very much, both of you, and thank you for supporting the community. Do we have any questions from the committee for staff or yes, please, Councillor Young.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Are you located in that big blue barn? Is that your just around the corner there? Is that where you referenced when you mentioned a business?
Where I ride or what?
Yeah, both.
I ride at Butler Show Horses, which is on line 10.
Yes.
So not a Bloom Bar. There's like an old farmhouse and like an indoor arena, but there's a sign.
Yeah.
That's where I ride.
So you had no association with that blue barn around the corner there on the 9th? No?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Young. Any further questions from the committee for Ms. Waters or the Mosers? Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you for your time.
Do we have any persons registered from the public via Zoom or in person, Madam Deputy Clerk?
No, there were no additional registrations received.
Okay, thank you. And is there anyone else present here who wishes to speak to this matter? I see none. Planning staff, is there any additional comments received during the meeting?
No, Mr. Deputy Mayor, there were no comments received.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whitlib. Any further comments or questions from the committee for staff? Or okay, I see none. So presently we'll deliberate here with amongst council just to determine whether there are any other comments from the committee itself before reaching a decision. Do I have any comments from any members of the committee? Well, I see none. Madam Deputy Clerk, can we now hear the motion?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Young. It is recommended, one, that DS 2023-10 Danielle Waters Planner minor variance application 2022-A63 Brandy Moser 5183 Line 9 North be received and adopted. 2, that minor variance application 2022-A63 specifically to permit a custom workshop in the environmental protection zone on lands municipally known as 5183 Line 9 North be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2023-10. 3, that the applicant be advised of the committee's decision under the Secretary Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? Motion is carried. This completes the application process and closes this hearing. I wish to thank, the committee wishes to thank all those in attendance for your participation. A copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regards to the application. Once again, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we will proceed to item 6B. An application number 2023-803, David and Danielle Nicoletta of 67A Huron Woods Drive. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the proposed application by David and Danielle Nicoletta on lands municipally known as 67A Huron Woods Drive. Please be advised that the hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the proposed application. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been any correspondence received on the matter?
Yes, correspondence received from the Township of Oro-Medonte Manager of Development Engineering dated February 9 and 17, Environmental Services Department February 10 and 21, and included June 14, 2022 correspondence from the Development Services Department, Township of Oro-Medonte Building Division February 10, Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division dated February 10, Sandy Rowe February 22, Jacinta McLaughlin and Simon Ford February 23, Allison Young February 28, and Jillian Lavia dated February 28, 2023.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. I'll now turn the meeting over to Derek Whitlib, Acting Director of Development Services, who will explain the purpose and effect of the proposed application and any written statement received from the applicant. Mr. Whitlib, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. This application 2022-A03 is a minor variance application. It's to vary from provisions of the zoning bylaw proposed to accommodate a proposed accessory dwelling unit to be located within an accessory building on the lands. The lands in question, the municipal address is 67A Huron Woods Drive. It's the sort of the wedge-shaped, irregular-shaped property that's in the hatched pattern shown on the map on your screen. The lands are in a residential zone, specifically R1 exception 202. They are designated rural settlement area by the official plan. The settlement area is known as Sugarbush, and the current use of the property is residential, and we'll see that as we move through the slides. So I mentioned this is a request for variances from the zoning bylaw, and there are a number of variances, some of which are a bit repetitive and technical in nature, but it's important to go through them. And again, the applicant is seeking relief of these provisions of the zoning bylaw in order to accommodate the construction of a detached accessory building, so a detached garage with a residential unit above it. So we'll just go through the variances in the sections of the zoning bylaw. So currently in the zoning bylaw, accessory buildings are not permitted to be used for human habitation. So in this case, the request is to vary to allow the accessory building to be used for human habitation, and that's section 5.1.1. Next is section 5.1.3a. Accessory buildings are not to be located within a front yard. Now, there are some unique characteristics in terms of the orientation of this lot and its current dwelling in terms of what's the front yard and exterior side yard, and I'll try and explain that later as we move through some of the images. But in this case, the building is proposed to be located in the front yard with a setback of 3.37 meters or approximately 11 feet from the front lot line. Section 5.1.4, maximum height. So the bylaw permits a maximum height of 4.5 meters, just shy of 15 feet. What's proposed, or what the applicant has requested, is 6.98 meters or 22.87 feet. And this is another piece that I think can be clarified a little bit as we move through the slides. The request for the height is based on the applicant's front elevation of the proposed building. The building is proposed to be built into a bank. Height is actually measured from average grade around a building. So from a technical perspective, the increase in height is about a foot or two above what's currently permitted, but the applicants have erred on the side of caution and requested a variance for the height that would be sort of visible when looking at the building. Next, we have section 5.1.6, which is a maximum floor area for an accessory building. That's currently capped at 70 square meters or 753.5 square feet. What the applicants are proposing are a total between both stories of 183.6 square meters or 1,976.3 square feet. Table B1, front yard setback in the zone. So the zoning bylaw requires a minimum front yard setback to a building or structure of 6 meters, just shy of 20 feet. And in this case, what's proposed is 3.37 meters or 11 feet. Table B1, interior side yard setback. So this is a side yard, which would be the distance between the proposed building and the adjacent lot line, which in this case is a township-owned property, a water pumping station. So what's required is 4.5 meters or 4.7 feet minimum. The applicants are proposing 3.05 meters or 10 feet. Now we're going to get into some variances for the accessory building itself. So the zoning bylaw caps the floor area of accessory dwelling units at 70 square meters. The applicants are proposing 127.24 square meters or 1,369.6 square feet in floor area. The next series of variances relate to a retaining wall. Again, I mentioned the building is proposed to be built into a slope, the design of which includes retaining walls to address the slope. Retaining walls, when they're over a meter in height, are treated as structures in the zoning bylaw, so they must also comply. So in this case, the retaining wall as an accessory structure, again, not to be located in the front yard. In this case, the applicants are proposing that the retaining wall go right up to the front lot line, so a 0 meter setback is requested, and that's section 5.1.3a again of the zoning bylaw. Once again, front yard setback, 6 meters, as I mentioned earlier, is what's required. Again, in this case, the retaining wall, not the building itself, but the retaining wall is proposed to go up right up to the front lot line, so 0 meters has been requested. And that takes us through the list of variances, and I'm sure we'll probably want to circle back on some of them. But I mentioned there are some unique characteristics of the property, and in terms of its configuration, I'm just going to bring my mouse over. So the property is outlined in red on this aerial photo. By zoning bylaw definition, this is a corner lot, so it has a front yard, which is over here where my mouse is, which is this curved lot line. And it has an exterior side yard, which is another form of a front yard, but it's defined as an exterior side yard, which is along this portion of Huron Woods. The dwelling on the property is located where my mouse is indicating. It faces approximately southwest. You can see the driveway down to Huron Woods Drive. So the dwelling is actually facing the exterior side yard. The location, and we'll see that later through the applicant's site plan, but the location of the proposed accessory building is approximately here where my mouse is. And that by definition constitutes a front yard, even though it's behind the current dwelling. But again, zoning bylaw definitions require that it be treated as a front yard, and that triggers a number of the variances for the setback of the building from the front lot line, the setback of the retaining wall from the front lot line, which is that curved red line. And I mentioned the interior side yard, which is here adjacent to a parcel that's owned by the township that has the pumping station. So to just go through some of the land use designations and zoning, I mentioned the property is zoned R1, exception 202. So the property is shown with the purple dashed line around it. And you can see that zone is consistent with much of the neighborhood in terms of what's around the property. As I mentioned earlier, in the township's official plan, the property and the surrounding area are designated as a rural settlement area known as Sugar Bush. And that's consistent with the county official plan, which will be the next slide. Sorry, this is the township's adopted official plan. So in October of 2022, the township adopted a new updated official plan. That official plan is still before the county of Simcoe for approval, but it also designates the subject lands in the surrounding area in the identical designation, which is rural settlement area of Sugar Bush. Now this takes us to the county plan. Once again, the county official plan, which is shown in gray, calls this settlements, and that's corresponding with rural settlements, which are the focus of growth and development in municipalities in Ontario, and it's where we're supposed to direct growth and development as opposed to environmentally protected lands or agricultural lands, for example. This takes us to the applicant's site plan. It's at this scale, it's somewhat of a busy drawing, but I'll do my best to explain it. So again, you can see the overall property, that approximate triangular shape. This rectangle represents the enlargement on the right-hand side of your screen. It focuses on this dark area here, which is the proposed building and its associated driveway leading down to the road. You can also see contour lines. Those are consistent with the slope on the property. The existing dwelling on the property, which isn't quite shown on the site plan, but approximately here, is on the high point of the property. The property slopes down on all sides down to the road. And that's shown in greater detail in the image on the right-hand side of the screen. So you can see proposed accessory building labeled in the hatched pattern, or the darker hatch pattern. The lighter pattern represents the proposed driveway down to the road. A couple of things have been highlighted here. Just the green staff highlighted over the location of the proposed retaining wall, just to give you an idea of how that looks. And I mentioned setbacks. So the corner of the building to the lot line, which is approximately in this location, but there's also the setback from the retaining wall, which would go right down to the edge of the lot line. And that's where you see those two different requests for front yard setback, one for the building itself and one for the retaining wall. The interior side lot side lot line setback between this building and the township pumping station property is in this location here. So this is just an elevation drawing conceptual of what the structure might look like. So this would be a representative of a view from the road looking at the building. You can see a 2-car garage scenario, a door into the building, and windows above corresponding with the dwelling unit. You can also see the retaining wall stepped here, but you can see the retaining wall structure as well, shown in elevation form. And on the left-hand side of the screen, we have a side profile. So I mentioned the building is proposed to be built into the slope. So this would be sort of, if you were standing on, I'll describe it as the east side of the structure. So if we're looking at this image here, the road would be down here where my cursor is. You can see the building built into the slope, retaining wall, stepping back. So I mentioned how height is measured. What the applicants, and here's grade here, what the applicants have provided in terms of their variance request is the maximum height measured to the midpoint of the roof as per the zoning bylaw on the high side. From a technical standpoint, however, when you take the average grade, so the grade here and the grade up here, the actual variance in height is less than that, technically speaking. But in terms of the visible profile, that's what the applicants have indicated in their application, and that's I think provides a level of clarity. So we'll move through some photos of the property. So these images are simply looking north and south along Huron Woods Drive. So if you draw attention to this utility trailer here, and then behind it, the structure that my mouse is on now, that's the township pumping station. So this utility trailer represents the approximate location of the driveway. The driveway location corresponds with what, to staff's understanding, are the former communal parking pads that used to exist throughout the Sugar Bush neighborhood. So there's an entrance feature there already into the property. However, through the comments received from the operations department, notwithstanding that existing entrance feature, the applicant would still be required to obtain a driveway entrance permit. And that's to ensure that the driveway and its design comply with the township's technical requirements for driveways. Those include, among other things, a maximum width of 6 meters. If there's a ditch and culvert there, the operations department would want to make sure that the culvert is sized appropriately and so forth. The image on the right-hand side of your screen is simply looking south along Huron Woods. And again, we can see that same, sorry, I've lost my mouse. There we go. You can see that same utility trailer there. This time it's on the right-hand side of your screen, corresponding with where that entrance approximately might be. Just a couple of images here. I'll go through them quickly. So on the left, obviously, is the notice sign that was posted right on the applicant's address post. You can see that address post and the Canadian flag in the image also on the right. It's located to the left of the applicant's driveway. You can see the driveway proceeds up towards the dwelling that I mentioned, and the structure would be behind the dwelling. And we'll see that location as we moved, I think, to the next slide. Oh, what do we do here? Well, I'm afraid we've lost that image. Okay. Maybe if committee would bear with me, I'd like to go into the file, and I think there's an image we should pull up. I apologize for that. So I'm just going to stop sharing this image, and I'm going to bring up something else. Okay. Oh, I've lost my PowerPoint. There we go. Okay, so we should be able to all see that. Thank you for indulging me on that. So this is a view standing on the road looking into the property. Again, we see that that utility trailer that I mentioned that corresponds with the location of the proposed driveway. You can see some orange flagging. Some of it's hidden behind trees, but the applicant laid out the approximate footprint of the proposed structure, which is to be built into the slope here. And you can see the applicant's dwelling in the background at the top of the slope. Maybe I'll move back to the rest of the presentation now at this point. Okay, so that takes us to the staff recommendation. So there's a fairly detailed report prepared by staff and a fair number of comments received both from township departments and members of the public. The staff report is recommending approval of the application. The staff report tests the application against tests that are set out in the Planning Act for a minor variance, and those include that the application be generally in conformity with the purpose and intent of the official plan, be generally in conformity with the purpose and intent of the zoning bylaw, be desirable for the appropriate development of the lands, and be minor in nature. Staff are, however, recommending a number of conditions associated with the variances that are listed in the recommendations. And I'm just going to try and enlarge that for a second for you, make it a little more visible. Sorry, not sure why that's not going full screen, but I think we can get through them. So conditions A, B, and C, or A and B, well, I'll go through each one. I think it's important to do so. So condition A simply identifies the sections of the zoning bylaw that are being requested to have relief from, but that the development shall otherwise comply with all other provisions of the zoning bylaw. Condition B says that the development should be substantially and proportionally in conformity with the dimensions as set out in the application and the sketches submitted and approved by the committee. So what that simply means is that, for example, should this be approved, and if at building permit time something crosses staff's desk that doesn't look like what was considered tonight, it'd essentially be rejected. C, that the accessory building for the accessory apartment dwelling unit shall not be used for a home industry, not be used for commercial purposes, or for temporary accommodation for a period of 28 consecutive days or less throughout any part of the calendar year. That's a provision or a recommended condition that staff have inserted in response to some of the public comments which expressed concern of a potential for a short-term rental. So that would address that. D, I spoke to, that's the applicant apply for and obtain a driveway entrance permit, including that the portion of the driveway within the road allowance not exceed 6 meters in width, and that's consistent with the operations staff's comments. Condition E, that the owner provide the township with a written acknowledgement, and that's an acknowledgement with respect to potential noise or nuisance of the adjacent water pumping station or booster station. It has an emergency backup generator, which does operate from time to time, and that was requested by environmental services staff. F, this is a fairly standard condition. I won't go through all the numbers, but whenever there are variances requested dealing with proximity to lot lines, in order to ensure that the actual development, if approved, meets those approved setbacks, there is Ontario Land Surveyor verification required prior to the pouring of the foundation. And G, that the appropriate zoning certificate, engineered lot grading plan, and the engineered lot grading plan is important because it is just that. So it's a lot grading plan prepared by a professional engineer or a certified engineering technologist to ensure matters such as grading, drainage. The retaining walls would need to be engineered as well to ensure that there are no negative impacts or erosion issues or negative impacts on adjacent properties or on the township road system or ditch system. And that all those be obtained as well as a septic permit or a septic verification before a building permit is obtained. The septic piece, that comes out of comments received from the township's building staff. So at this time, the applicant has not proposed a specific design for the septic system that could include tying into the existing system, which would have to be verified by a professional. That's a septic verification piece, or it could require its own septic system, in which case that would be a septic permit, or the existing septic system could be upgraded or enlarged to accommodate both. Again, a septic permit would be required. So I'm sure there are questions and I'm sure there are comments. So I'll leave it at this point, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I'll try and address any questions. And I also note that the applicant is present here this evening as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whitliff, for that comprehensive explanation. I'd like to ask the agent, I believe Andrew McIntyre, who is registered to speak to the application, and if he wishes to provide any comment or to indicate anything further to be added to the staff report. Mr. McIntyre, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, Planning Department. Just nothing really too much further, just that obviously you must have visited the site to see that it is a rather complicated site with the grading and topo features there. That is probably about the best, where we've positioned it as the best spot. Like I did design it different ways to try and minimize digging into the bank and so forth. So it does seem like a pile of variances we're asking for, obviously, just depending because of the, the way the lot goes, because it's a front yard and so forth. But the way it's positioned, where the front yard is only 3.7, it's just on the corner because of the way the lot is on the corner. Where the parking is, it's got at least 6 meters, so a car is going to park in front of the garage without sticking into the township property. From the road, obviously, it's going to look like that 1.5 story or 2 story, but because it's being built into the bank, it's with the trees behind it. It's not, the building's not going to look like it's sticking way up in the middle of nowhere because of the bank and the trees that are behind it. So it's just a design thing. That's the best spot on the lot. I mean, if we could put the building somewhere else and not be here for a variance, we would be, doing it, obviously. And it's the purpose of the second suite is for David's parents. They're selling their place and moving down closer to them. So they're going to be, it's not a rental place, it's for his parents to use and use the garage. So it's not a rental property or short-term rental thing. It's for his parents to move into. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McIntyre. Members of the committee, do you have any questions for staff, Mr. McIntyre? Councillor Bard, I think you're...
Yes. I guess my concern is how close is the retaining wall to the actual paved surface of the road? Like how wide does the road allowance go to the lot line?
Maybe I can thank you through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Bard.
I can answer that. It's 7 meters.
Yeah, just one moment. We need someone who's at a microphone for the purposes of the recording. Thank you.
Yeah, the driveway is it's 7 meters. The property line is 7 meters to the asphalt.
Thank you very much, Councillor Young.
I read the report twice and the comments and objections from neighbors there. And what I want to know, Mr. Whitleap, is clearly they've did some violations, or not violations, some contraventions, proposed contraventions of zoning bylaws, and having read them, and I also read the provincial policy as well as the county policy. Now, what I need to know, does the county and provincial policies take precedence over township zoning bylaws?
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Young. So there are no contraventions or violations. So what are proposed are variances to the zoning bylaw pursuant to the Planning Act. So whenever, I mentioned there are 4 tests, so whenever variances are considered, and certainly the Planning Act has this mechanism called minor variance to allow for the consideration of such matters, they do have to be measured against those policies that Councillor Young mentioned. So in this case, staff's review looked at county official plan policies, current township official plan policies, and I also mentioned the adopted official plan that council adopted last term, representing the direction that the township and council wish to go in. So, and the report also goes into detail with respect to discussing the Planning Act. So in 2022, the Planning Act was amended by the province to say that whenever municipalities are either adopting a new official plan or passing a new zoning bylaw, they are required in their municipality to provide for additional dwelling units, up to 3 units on a property. That would consist of ultimately the main dwelling, potentially an apartment within the dwelling, and a apartment within a detached building on the property. It's intended to be accessory, secondary to, etc. But that's the direction that the Planning Act has taken us, and the adopted official plan certainly reflects that. It permits up to 3 units on a property within all the settlement area designations, within the agricultural designation, and within the township's shoreline designation. The current official plan permits accessory apartment dwelling units, but the Planning Act, the current official plan goes back to the late 90s, prior to the current amendments to the Planning Act. So the current official plan does not speak to the number of units to the maximum of 3. But it's staff's opinion when looking at both those plans together that the application conforms with the official plan insofar as what's being proposed here, which is a maximum of 2 units, in this case, the main dwelling, and a unit above the proposed garage.
Councillor Young?
Just a follow-up. In other words, the answer is yes. I mean, I thank you for that that report. It's pretty extensive, pretty exhaustive, and explains everything you've mentioned just now. But it sounds like the answer is yes, that those policies and planning does take precedence over zoning bylaws.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hutchison?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, through to Derek. Thank you. You answered a number of my questions. One was relating to the septic issue. I've driven by the property myself and seen the challenging geography to put the building on. My question is, the location of this proposed accessory building is a significant distance from the driveway of the existing home. And so would it require a separate municipal address for fire and safety?
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Hutchison, you're correct. Whenever there's another driveway from a emergency response standpoint, yes, as part of if this application were to be approved as part of the entrance permit application process, there would be a municipal address assigned to that location of that driveway entrance at that time, so that if there was a need for an emergency response to that unit, the responders would know which driveway to go to.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whitleap. And Councillor Hutchison, any further? Yes, Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just want to comment and say to those people who objected to this building being constructed that a lot of what you objected to or concerned about is answered in Mr. Derek Waitley's report. That's as much as I can tell you about it. So take the time to read the report, and it may answer some of your questions or explain why why there was a recommendation by the planning department.
Okay, thank you very much for your comment. Any further? Yes, Mayor Greenlaw.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mr. Whitlip, could you just bring some clarity to part of your presentation is based on the official plan, that is still yet to be certified. Until we receive feedback from county, is it reckless, or is it not totally bondable to approve something before the certification of the new official plan? And then, just so I'm not supplementary, could you bring clarity for the public that, because I want to clear up any confusion, that you can have 3 dwelling units on your property, but is it not contingent on being hooked up to the municipal water and wastewater?
Through you, Mayor Greenlaw, or sorry, through the Deputy Mayor to you. So good questions. I'll address the latter one first. So what the Mayor is referring to are recent amendments that included amendments to the Planning Act through a piece of legislation known as Bill 23. So I mentioned earlier that in 2022, the Planning Act was amended. That's already in effect. That predated Bill 23, and those amendments set out those requirements for municipalities when they update their official plans and when they update their zoning bylaws to include provisions for up to 3 units on a property. More recently, what Bill 23 did is it has said, never mind if you've updated your official plan and zoning bylaw or not yet, up to 3 units are permitted on a property now, but under the condition that it be full municipal services. So Bill 23 is essentially, insofar as additional dwelling units, overrided local official plans and zoning bylaws to permit up to 3 units, but that Bill 23 change is conditional upon having full municipal services. The policy in the settlement area here, Sugarbush, does not have full municipal services. There's a municipal water system. The units are on individual septic systems, so they're partial, what we term partial services. So that's why the Bill 23 amendments were not analyzed as part of this application. They don't come into play here. This application looked at what the Planning Act already says, what the current official plan says, and what the adopted official plan says. So in terms of the first question, which was, is there a concern about looking at this through the lens of the township's adopted official plan, if that official plan has not yet received final approval from the County of Simcoe? So the County of Simcoe will get around to updating their official plan as well. And they too will need to conform to the Planning Act, that up to 3 unit provision. So it's not an optional piece. There will be policies ultimately in the county official plan that will also support 3 units. So if there are elements of the township adopted official plan when the county completes their review that they may have issue with or require revision or have comments on, it won't be this 3 unit accessory dwelling unit piece, because that has already been enshrined in legislation, and the county would also be required to go forward with policies in their official plan that mirror the Planning Act.
Thank you. And I guess just one supplemental. Is it too early to understand the septic component as flow rate, whether the new, because of the topography of the area, you're kind of challenged where you're going to put a septic system without pumping it fully up to the main septic bed?
Yeah, thank you for that. So through the Deputy Mayor to Mayor Greenlaw. So the septic systems are under the building code. So the township's building department reviews applications for septic permits. So when building staff provided comments on this application regarding, and the comments speaking to requiring either a septic verification to determine the capability of the current system or a septic system permit for a new system, planning staff circled back with building staff to essentially ask the question, does that mean we need to know now, we need that septic verification or septic permit now before we go forward any further? Or is this property conceptually capable of supporting a system one way or the other, and it's just a matter of moving forward and through a condition seeing that system designed? So there's no concern in this case from the buildings department that a septic system of some sort can be accommodated. At what design, at which cost, lift pumps, etc., we don't know, but there wasn't a concern that from building staff standpoint that the application, for example, be deferred pending the submission of that septic verification or septic permit. That was not the request from building department.
Okay. Thank you for that. And if the gentleman wants to speak, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Excuse me, it's my first time at a council meeting, but my name is Dave Nicoletta. I'm the applicant and owner of the property with my wife. As far as the septic, first of all, thank you for listening to all the comments and whatnot. But as far as the septic piece, we have already put in the permit for the septic. It will be a separate unit of its own. It won't be a pump up to the house. It wasn't. It didn't seem like the most effective approach. We have a certified septic and installer and designer that has. We've gone a fair number of steps with that, and the permit committee is just asking for a couple more numbers of flow rate and sediment. But we had a test hole dug, and many comments have come back that it seems positive. So that's already kind of with the building and the planning department. So I don't know if that clarifies anything, but it'll be a separate unit and not pumped.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate your comments.
No
thank
problem.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Nicoletta, do we have any further questions? Seeing none, I just wanted to ask township staff, are there any members of the public registered to speak via Zoom or in person to this application?
Yes, Simon Ford was registered to provide comments.
Okay, Simon Ward.
Yep, good evening. My name is Simon Ford, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my partner, Jacinta McLaughlin. We live at 68 Huron Woods Drive, opposite the lot in question, and we've lived in Sugarbush for 29 years. Just before I begin my 2 minutes outlining our opposition to this new house, I'd just like to raise a point in that the final application we received is dated and was posted on the 17th of February. We don't receive mail in our mailbox, as Canada Post have deemed our stretch of Huron Woods Drive is too dangerous to deliver mail to, so we ended up receiving this less than a week ago. That didn't give us or our neighbours much time to respond. If we'd had more time, then we would have tried to arrange for members of the council or anyone interested to visit the site with us. We believe it's important for you to see the site so you can appreciate our very real concerns about the dangerous location of the proposed new house, which is built into a steep hill with a new driveway and new retaining wall with no setback on a blind bend, and the fact that the zoning laws exist precisely to present these dangers. These plans don't really convey these dangers, so at the very least we would ask that you might postpone any final judgment today and visit the proposed site to view and discuss our concerns. Thank you. I'd now like to outline our opposition to the new house. We would argue that the variances fail to meet all 4 tests outlined in section 45(1) of the Planning Act. The general purpose and intent of the zoning bylaw is not maintained, and the variations are not minor but major and numerous, as has been shown this evening by the amount of time it's taken to get through all the variations. This proposal is not for an accessory building or a detached garage. If it was either of these, then it would be 1 story, half the size, and located up by the existing house. That would seem to be a far better location, which would break fewer bylaws, impact upon fewer neighbours, be less dangerous, and not require a separate driveway. This new building can't be accessed from the main building. It requires a separate driveway. It's almost triple the allowed floor area, is over 1.5 times the allowed height. It's 2 stories rather than 1. It's for human habitation, and it's bigger than most of the neighbouring houses. It doesn't meet any of the criteria for an accessory building or a detached garage. At this point, it's a second house. And if there is a requirement of a second address, then is there a future plan to split the lot? Further bylaw variations also impact upon safety on the road. This new house is dangerously situated. It's built into a steep hill with a retaining wall on a bend. Both the house and retaining wall violate bylaws about being in a front yard and having a minimum setback from the road, so vehicles aren't able to turn round in the driveway. This also creates a danger during any construction, with heavy machinery and trucks not being able to turn round in the site. If people choose convenience over safety, as they often do, they will pull forwards into the driveway and reverse out, but blindly into traffic. This is a busy and dangerous stretch of road. Canada Post already deems it too dangerous to deliver to our mailboxes. We have multiple school buses turning around. We have dirt bikes, ATVs and snowmobiles, which are especially difficult to see when snowbanks build up. You can then add in school children, walkers, runners and cyclists. Because of the setback violations and retaining wall, the snow from the road and the driveway is going to pile up on the road at the bend. It has nowhere else to go. This further decreases the driveway sight lines and has been flagged up by the Township Operations Division. However, they make no reference to the retaining wall, which is also in the front yard on the apex of the bend with 0 setback. Both structures fail the requirement not to be in the front yard and to have a minimum setback of 6 metres. This is a safety issue, which is presumably why these bylaws exist in the first place. Finally, this proposal sets a precedent for second homes on R1 zoned lots. If so many bylaws can be ignored and a 2-storey second home can be classified as a detached garage, then what's the point of having the bylaws in the first place? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ford. Is there anyone else registered to speak via Zoom or Madam Deputy Clerk?
No, there were no further registrations received.
Thank you very much. Yep, just one moment, please. Is there anyone from the audience who'd like to provide verbal comments? Yes, please.
Hi.
And please state your name and address.
Yep. I'm Sandy Rowe, and I live at 66 Huron Woods and have been there for 12 years. So we chose this area for the simple reason, a lot of reasons that are in the community vision within the official plan. For the nature, the community, I'm not a contractor, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a planner. So please forgive me, but I have been in the medical profession for years, and that is the basis of my passion. Okay? The purpose of the official plan is to implement the provincial and regional policy framework, and I know you guys know this inside out and backwards. I have the highest regard for collaboration, negotiation, and community communication. I realize that you guys, the planning committee, have a very difficult task in these challenging times. However, I do find that the numerous variances, which are not minor, in my opinion, can lead to some very challenging precedents being set. And there is a fine line between growth, managing growth, and managing the unique character of our township. So, to briefly say that when you make your decision, I do not believe that digging into a bank, removing vegetation, trees, or whatever has to be done, and putting up a retaining wall blends into the unique characteristic of our township. So I do hope that when a decision is made, that the community vision is taken into consideration.
Thank you very much for your comments, Ms. Rowe. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to speak to this matter? Yes, please come forward, state your name and address.
Hello, my name is Jillian Leba. I am the resident at 63 Huron Woods Drive, which is the adjacent and bordering property at 67A Huron Woods Drive to the west. I've recently submitted a letter, as you've read, and in this letter I pointed out the many safety, ecological, and infrastructure related concerns in detail. I have also flagged many questions about all the data deficiencies that have been overlooked or not provided by the proponent in this application. I want to make very clear I am in complete opposition for granting relief to the listed bylaws. Circumventing these bylaws for the development of these structures for the proposed size, height, and proximity to the road will compromise the safety of local residents. In addition, the development will result in an invasive act upon established ecological systems, such as the removal of significant wildlife habitat that fosters species at risk, flora, fauna, and provides significant wildlife habitat, all of which is protected under the provincial policy statement under the Planning Act. One thing I don't know if the proponent has looked into is the environmental designations provided by the province. This land by the province is designated as woodland and meets the size, ecological function criteria of significant woodland. I'd also like to point out that this request only benefits the proponent, but it inflicts several risks, hazards, and disturbances to the rest of the community. There are too many data deficiencies and gaps to understand the true nature and impacts that these structures will bear on surrounding systems, such as the booster station pump house, erosion and drainage, and changes to grade and topography. I would like to ask a few questions, if that's okay. So I'm a professional ecologist and environmental consultant. With my technical and professional aptitudes, the following are additional concerns and questions I have about the development. So what the proponent has shown on the slides, the area of impact will be much greater than what is demonstrated. Can we go to that slide, please? Just the contract drawing.
Sorry, through the Deputy Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Whitlam.
Okay, so it's the applicant's site plan that...
Yeah, that would be
black and white
great,
drawing.
thanks.
Okay, give me a moment, I'll just stop sharing this.
Thank you. So as we know, the majority of that area is woodland. The retaining wall will result in the loss of many mature trees that provide SAR habitat for a lot of species at risk bats, as the trees are dominant in sugar maple and red oak species, which are preferred species for endangered bats. As well, the site hosts a variety of species at risk birds, such as wood thrush, eastern wood pewee, and there have been occurrence data on the red-headed woodpecker. I would like to know if the proponent is proposing a tree inventory and preservation plan, as the retaining wall will impact many of the surrounding trees within the drip line and the critical root zones. I would also suggest that an environmental impact statement is completed to understand the gravity of the impacts. I would also like to know what mitigation and offsetting measures the proponent is proposing to compensate for the loss of significant woodland habitat and candidate SAR and significant wildlife habitat. And I think that is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Leva. Appreciate your comments and considerations. Just going to refer back here for a moment. I hope nobody minds me being purple. I'm not going to try and fix that. Are there any further comments from the public present here today? Anybody wish to speak to the matter? Okay, with that, I'll close the public portion of the session of this hearing and ask the council members, the committee itself, to deliberate on staff's recommendation and consider the matter before reaching a decision. Do we have any comments or considerations? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to planning staff, just in light of the public comments there regarding the ecological functions of the area, would those be subject to, because they're already situated in settlement area? Is there restriction or not because of that?
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Clark, short answer is you're correct. So the growth plan natural heritage policies do not apply to settlement areas. That doesn't prohibit municipalities through their own official plans to develop their own policies for settlement areas. But in this case, there's no official plan, growth plan, or Planning Act trigger to undertake a natural heritage evaluation. We have, obviously no data to indicate one way or another whether there's species at risk there or not, but there's certainly a mature woodland on the property. As in the case of any building permit, if there's any site alteration or tree removal anywhere, a building permit does not absolve an applicant of their obligations under the Endangered Species Act, under the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Act, under the Migratory Birds Convention Act. So if there's destruction of species at risk habitat that occurs during that clearing, and that's investigated, that can potentially lead to prosecution. Bat habitat, similarly species at risk, nest disturbance during breeding bird season if there are nests there. So development and construction does continue through the township during the breeding bird season, which is typically April through August. Permits are issued, and the authority to do that is consistent with the County of Simcoe forestry bylaw, which exempts building permits from requiring tree cutting permits. But again, the responsibility and the risk, I guess, rests with the proponent, right, in terms of if they're destroying habitat, disturbing nesting, or affecting species at risk. But there's no trigger here from a Planning Act process standpoint to require a natural heritage evaluation in this case in advance of anything moving forward.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark. Supplemental?
If I may, Deputy Mayor, through you to planning staff as well. There was a comment on your report that there's a chance if the council were to say no, this could then turn into an OLT tribunal. Is there any risk of that, and how does that look like from a provincial policy standpoint? Obviously, with Bill 23 and the changes to the Planning Act that you'd mentioned previously, do those policies supersede our decision here potentially tonight?
Certainly. So through Deputy Mayor Lavoie to Councillor Clark, the comment in the staff report that Councillor Clark was referring to is a standard comment that the committee will see in all staff reports. Any decision of the committee is potentially subject to appeal, and if a decision is appealed, then the township would need to be prepared to defend its decision in that case. In terms of the policies, I hesitate to use the word supersede, because there is a great amount of local autonomy and decision making that's baked into the Planning Act system for minor variances. But we do have to meet the general purpose and intent, and that language is specific because you don't have to meet the letter of the policies or of the zoning bylaw, but you have to demonstrate that the proposed development is going in a direction that they intended. And the variance process is built into the Planning Act because there's no sort of cookie cutter zone that meets all situations. And there's certainly, from staff standpoint, some unique characteristics of this site. I think moving forward, as the committee sees more applications for accessory dwelling units, I think most scenarios will involve shared use of the same driveway, something adjacent to, and we heard about connectivity between the main unit and the additional unit. This property, because of its sort of geography, its topography specifically, I think from staff's perspective, who walked the site, didn't appear to leave many alternatives to provide that sort of a scenario. But certainly it has the potential to be appealed, as any planning application would. But in terms of the actual appeal process, we also have to keep in mind Bill 23. And perhaps that's something I should have provided greater clarity on in the staff report. But under Bill 23, again, those recent changes to provincial legislation, the appeal right in this case would be if the application was refused, the appeal right is lies with the applicant. There's no longer a public appeal right associated with a minor variance application like this. All the more reason to, through the public process that we're going through now, to carefully consider all comments received before making a decision.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whitlow and Councillor Clark.
Could I just make one more comment? Would that be possible?
Well, we are in the deliberating part of the hearing, so if you could, thank you very much. Councillor Schell.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, to Mr. Whitlow. Could you pull up the slides that showed the property where the trailer is, please? Yes, stop, go back to that one. That's the pumping station, is that correct? That we're seeing there?
Through Deputy Mayor Lavoie to Councillor Young. So yes, in the image on the left, the structure you see in the background with the gable roof, that's the pumping station.
Okay. My question then is the setback on that building from the road allowance. Is it comparable to the setback of the proposed project?
Sorry. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Young, I'm just going to move to the aerial photo, see if it gives us a relative comparison. Staff did not measure that to provide a specific. And that doesn't give us the level of detail that we need, I don't think. So, Councillor Young, I'm looking at my screen, and I hesitate to give a clear answer because there is distortion, angular distortion associated with aerial photos. But the aerial imagery appears to put the pumping station building very close to the lot line, the front lot line, which is the line dividing the property from the road allowance. So there is the potential that the pumping station is already closer to the road than the proposed building might be, but I can't put a number to that.
Thank you. That's what I observed when I was looking at the pictures. And that brings me to my next question. In terms of a driveway being put in there between where the pumping station is and Huron Drive, has there been a site, what do you call it, a sight line study done on the road for safety? Because I'm hearing comments from our people in the public there that having a driveway come in there would cause a problem.
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Young, no, to staff's knowledge, there's been no sightline study done. Staff simply relied on the comments from the operations department that flagged two pieces. One, they were concerned about the width of the driveway within the road allowance, which exceeded the township's 6-meter standard. There was also a comment from the operations department that expressed concern about the proposed 0-meter setback and the potential for impact on winter operations. Staff spoke with the operations manager with respect to that comment, and he clarified that he thought that the 0-meter setback was for the main structure, not the retaining wall. And when it was clarified that the 0-meter setback is only for the end of the retaining wall, not the structure itself, he indicated he no longer had concerns with the winter operations comment. But again, getting back to the question, no, there's been no sightline study undertaken.
No, that's fine. I think the first question you answered about the pumping station being closer to the road has already set a precedence there. No other questions, but I'd like to make a comment. On both sides of Horseshoe Valley Road, any of the development that I've seen in there, there's many homes, many buildings that require retaining walls to allow the homes to be built and the structures to be built. So personally, I look at that and I say, yes, it's going to need something. And if it's not going to interfere with the road operations and anything else, it would fit into the existing properties on both sides of Horseshoe Valley Road.
Thank you very much, Councillor Schell. And for the record, I just wanted to point out that the previous set of questions were with Councillor Schell and not with Councillor Young, just in case this is a reviewed process later on. Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. This is an interesting discussion. It's an interesting situation for us to consider. I'm, very much in favor of more housing for our communities, but I'm also very much in favor of ensuring that we're doing it in the best way possible. And when I look, I guess the nub of this, when I think about this, the nub of this is the number of variances that are in front of us in order to make this come together. And, there's 7 minor variances, which appears to create a major variance in order to accommodate this particular building. And we're talking about an accessory building, but we're looking at a building that is nowhere near the house. It's behind the house. It's not accessible from the house. It's actually, as Mr. Whitlib had mentioned, will require a different municipal address in order to facilitate any emergency services to that particular property. So is this really an accessory building, or could it be looked at as a second residence? Or a second main building on this one property? And I think this is where we get down to, is it meeting the test, the planning test that would be challenged if you know, we decided not to approve this application and it went to a tribunal. You know, I think this is where we need to start to think about, you know, does this meet the four requirements of the test, or could it be argued that it doesn't? And you know, I think the fact that it's where it's located, it requires a second municipal address. It really does demonstrate that this is a second home versus an accessory building, from what I can see. And that's just my commentary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hutchison. Any further comments? Councillor Young. Please turn on your mic. Yep.
I'm sorry. Through you, Deputy, to Mr. Whitley. Did I hear you earlier say that the front of this proposed building, the front is considered on Algonquin? Is that correct?
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Young. So the street naming is somewhat I don't know, unique, but the reality of it is, and let's see if I can get my cursor on the screen. There we go. So my cursor is on Huron Woods Drive.
Yes.
You go around the corner this way, it's still Huron Woods. So that's Huron Woods there. But if you go this way, south, that's Algonquin.
Yeah, which is strange.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I just thought earlier, opposite 66, I thought you indicated that was actually considered the front of the property, opposite 66. Is that not correct? Or
That is correct. So the zoning bylaw definitions in this municipality and most others are such that when you have a property, a corner lot, if you will,
yes,
that fronts onto two roads, as this does, even though the roads have the same name, there's definitely an intersection here. So these are considered two roads. In the case where you have two frontages,
yes,
by definition, the shorter of the two frontages is considered the front lot line, and the longer one is the exterior side lot line. So
Okay.
if just for example, the property to the south here, where my cursor is moving now, that would be this property's exterior lot line, and this would be the property's front lot line, regardless of which way the dwelling is facing or where the driveway is.
Okay, because the reason I ask that is that some of these variances are not going to apply then. Front yard setback, and you can see there's plenty of distance between the front of the property and where the proposed building is going to be. Is that not correct? There's several variances here that are not going to be not to be located in front yard setback. Is that not correct? And some of these are not going to be applicable?
So through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Young, all the variances are certainly applicable, but what by zoning definition is treated as the front yard, in fact, functions on the property more like a rear yard in the sense that it's behind the dwelling. But it is a steep slope area, right? There's no backyard green amenity space or landscape lawn there because the topography isn't conducive to it. So there's certainly a number of variances. They're all applicable, but some of them are more technical in nature than representing, you know, a specific form of relief.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whitlib. Any other further comments, questions, deliberation? Okay, thank you. I'd just like to make a few of my own comments. I do concur with the earlier comments of Councillor Hutchison. I do find that the general preponderance or aggregation of the variances seems to imply that the outcome is more like a second complete address, and I don't believe, it's certainly that in my own opinion, of course, that the building appears to be a accessory building as a result of the location, the requirement of a secondary municipal address, the inaccessibility from the main building other than by the roadway, and the other considerations that have been put forth with regard to the roadway and the general nature and original conception of the settlement area. Having said that, I suppose if there's no further deliberation or comment from the committee itself, I would propose that we put the matter to a vote. Any further commentary? Okay. All right. So, Madam Clerk, may we now hear the motion?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Shell. It is recommended, one, that DS 2023-17 Derek Whitlip, Acting Director of Development Services, minor variance application 2023-A03, David and Danielle Nicoletta, 67A Huron Woods Drive, be received and adopted. Two, that minor variance application 2023-A03, specifically to permit a two-story detached accessory building, detached garage, containing an upper-level accessory apartment dwelling unit with the variances as outlined in DS 2023-17 on lands municipally known as 67 Huron Woods Drive be approved and subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2023-17. Three, that the applicant be advised of committee's decision under the Secretary Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. May I now have a vote? All those in favor? Thank you. All those opposed? Oh, sorry. It is actually yes, okay. So yes, you're opposed, or thank you very much. Yes, you're opposed. So we only need one card. Thank you very much. So 4 votes for and 4 votes opposed and 3 votes in favor. The motion is defeated. Thank you very much. This completes the application process and closes this hearing. The committee wishes to thank you all for your participation.
Sorry, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Yes.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, if you could allow staff a few minutes to draft an alternate motion and the reasons for the denial of the recommendation, please.
Yes, certainly. Thank you very much. How long do you think you would need for that?
So through the Deputy Mayor to the committee, so the application would fail if the committee is of the opinion that it does not meet the 4 tests of the Planning Act. Okay.
Yep.
And
yes.
It only need not meet one of the 4 tests to fail. So the motion would, if the committee wishes to keep the motion general that it does not meet the 4 tests, that would certainly be adequate. If the committee has a specific test or tests that they wish to highlight, that can also be included in the motion, but it would certainly assist with the clarity of the decision and any subsequent process that might follow to have this motion speaking to the denial of the application.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Do we? Yes. Yes. So do we? Would you be looking for committee to make comment on particularly what parts of the minor variance we deemed that it didn't meet?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Yeah, that essentially is the ask in terms of, and it is adequate to say that, for example, that the application be denied on the basis that it does not meet the 4 tests of a minor variance. But again, if the committee wishes to deliberate a moment and there's something specific or specific tests they wish to speak to, you have that option, but either one is acceptable.
Okay, then would it be appropriate to have the committee members who voted to defeat the motion to comment on individually on that? Or would you prefer the deliberation in the aggregate?
Staffer, in your hands, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Okay. Councillor Hutchison, do you have any comment on why you felt that the 4 tests of a minor variance were not met?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I believe I did address it in my commentary in that I think the combination of 7 minor variances create more than what could be considered a minor variance. And I also don't see that, I don't know that the accessory building as it is meets the purpose of the official plan or the zoning bylaw.
Okay, thank you very much,
Okay,
Councillor
thank you.
Hutchison. Councillor Mayor Greenlaw.
I think what we need to look at is the inconsistencies from my perspective is I've seen variances come before us where there's been 2 driveways into a residential lot, and part of the conditions is to remove. So we're definitely contradicting the fact that one building lot has 1 driveway, and it worries me that we may be setting, you know, a not a long-term supported precedent. I would be inclined to have a motion come forward to defer until, because as we have a better understanding of how these variances are no longer, at what point is the tipping point between a minor variance coming forward to when it becomes a major variance. And I know that is something that we want to be consistent so that all applications that come before us are treated equally and fairly.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Councillor Young?
Yeah, it's going to be brief. There, in my view, too many variances that they requested. But did you indicate, Mr. Mayor, that you're suggesting a deferral of this?
I would be open to a deferral on the item. I think not everybody's had a chance to visit the site, and then that's an assumption, so I don't want to, you know, I know a number of us have visited, but I think this is a much more complex item that's come before us than the norm. So I would floor a deferral to have a better understanding. I also would like to understand, is it the only spot on the property where an accessory building with a living facility above it could be located? Or and I know the topography there is very hilly and it's challenging, but there's a few things like that I think would help us make a more responsible and conclusive decision.
Councillor Schell.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Mayor Greenlaw, are you proposing to put a motion on the floor to defer?
Madam Clerk, is that possible that it is presented that way?
I think we're going to have to refer to the rules at this point because we've already held a vote.
We've held a vote, which was to pass it, which failed. But now there needs to be a motion to come back because we do have to pass something, I believe. Is that correct, Mr. Whitlip?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll defer to the procedural nuances to the Deputy Clerk.
If the committee would like to consider a motion to recommend that the application be reevaluated or reconsidered first, further to that motion that was just passed.
Which is to say that we would hold such a consideration currently or at a later date?
It could be reconsidered at this time. So that first motion, the motion to recommend that the motion be reconsidered, and then depending on the outcome of that motion, the committee could then consider a motion to defer.
I believe, just to put it in my simple layman terms, we can floor a motion for reconsideration on what we just passed. It would be no different than a council meeting where the next meeting's the only, so we could bring a motion forward at this time to reconsider, and the reconsideration would be to defer until more information is obtained, and have a fuller and clear understanding before making a final decision.
Okay, so in this case, then we'd be asking for someone to put forth such a motion for reconsideration. Is that correct, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Correct.
And it would have to be somebody who voted
in favor.
In favor of which?
No,
the
of
defeat?
declining the winning vote. Yes, so it'd have to be one of the 4 people that voted
in favor of defeating the
and
motion.
I will put the motion forward to defer.
I'll second that.
Okay. Madam Deputy Clerk, could you draft a motion for reconsideration of Council's previous motion to defeat the proposal? Well, Madam Deputy Clerk is considering that motion. Councillor Young, you had a comment?
Yeah, that's probably a good idea to defer it, based on what the one gentleman said. I don't, Mr. Ford, is it? Yeah, Mr. Ford, that he didn't get much time to really give more of extensive opposition, I guess, or objection to it. He stated he had a week, and I guess he himself would like more time, so to support the motion.
Madam Deputy Clerk?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, staff are ready if you'd like me to put the draft motion on the floor with respect to the reconsideration.
Would I like you to put it on the floor?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Moved by Greenlaw, seconded by Shell. It is recommended that the previous motion, minor variance application 2023-A03, David and Danielle Nicoletta, 67 Huron Woods Drive, be reconsidered.
Okay, so all those in favor? All those opposed? Oh, also yes. Yes. Okay, the motion is carried for reconsideration. So in terms of the reconsideration, does this mean that we defer it in order to allow a period of time, or are we reconsidering the motion now?
Through the Deputy Mayor, the clerk is now preparing another motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Clark, please.
If I may, Deputy Mayor, through you to council chambers and those at home, I just want to thank everyone here for their time and their consideration and their comment, because all of us here, I think, can say we want to make the right decision, and sometimes that's hard. And it's important and acknowledged by myself as well as the members here on council that we want to make the right decision for all of the stakeholders involved, and we appreciate your time and your patience on this.
Thank you for your comment. Councillor Clark.
Is this being deferred till next month now? Is that?
We're awaiting that at the moment. Just wait till we have this motion. Mr. Whitlip.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So while the Deputy Clerk is preparing the motion to be considered for deferral, from staff's perspective, it's important that that motion to defer, if it's to be considered, should contain the purpose of the deferral. So deferred in order to, it may be to obtain additional information regarding something specific. It may be to afford, these are just examples, to afford all of council the opportunity to attend the site. But I think there has to be some structure or some direction, some action items within that deferral that's for someone to undertake, so that there's clarity into what would bring this back before committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whitlip. I'll defer to the mover of the motion, Mayor Greenlaw.
I would suggest a deferral until the next development service meeting. I think one thing that definitely has come across as a major concern is a site-light analysis as to the safety of the location of the driveway in accordance to the bend in the roads. So I think that is safety is most paramount. So I think that is definitely one component that I'd like to see. I'd also like to see whether or not there is another location on the property that could facilitate something similar in size to the property. So.
Thank you very much. I think there's also it's to give the parties an opportunity as well to ensure that they've had the opportunity to view the site, that they consider the impact of the matters that have been put forth before here today, before the committee, and knowing that the current situation, the current motion with regard to the proposal was defeated in its context. Could I have a comment, please, from Councillor Hutchison?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. With that comment, and forgive me because we're all new at the job, but yes, I think if it's a requirement, we should ensure that each councillor does visit the site and confirms that they have visited the site. I've been to the site and walked it, and it's the pictures don't really do the site justice as to the significance of the slope and the curve in the road in that area. So I think it's very important that everyone around this table, if we're going to reconsider this application, that you have a very good idea of what we're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
What happens to the neighbors' driveways that are already on the curb if it's deemed dangerous? Do they have to remove their driveways? Yeah. Is that what happens?
Please, just some order. At this point, I think we're just considering the motion that's before us, where we've been through the commentary period. Could just hear from
Mr. Deputy Mayor, staff have drafted the following. It is recommended that minor variance application 2023-A03, David and Danielle Nicoletta, 67A Huron Woods Drive, be deferred to the next Development Services Committee meeting in order to obtain the following information: site line analysis by staff, and for the applicant to consider an alternate location. If that's sufficient, or if there are to be any changes, and to request a mover and seconder.
Yeah, first of all, any comments on the motion itself from the committee?
For
Councillor
you,
Hutchison?
Deputy Mayor, do we not also want to include the requirement for all councillors to visit the site?
Be deferred
To the Deputy Clerk, could you include that proviso?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, we've added, it is recommended that minor variance application 2023-A03, David and Danielle Nicoletta, 67A Huron Woods Drive, be deferred to the next Development Services Committee meeting to allow all members of the committee to visit the site, and in order to obtain the following additional information: site line analysis by staff, and for the applicant to consider an alternate location.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other comments on the motion? Okay, I think before the floor can speak, we need a 2/3 majority from the committee in order for that to happen. Can I have a vote, please, on whether or not the committee wants to hear comments from the floor? Please all in favor of hearing from the floor? Okay, all right. Mr. Nicoletta, please approach the mic.
Thanks. I know this has taken quite a long time, so I appreciate the reconsideration. So just as far as what the amendment would say to reevaluate the application. So to the one point of, is there an additional spot on the property? I think you'll see when you get there that it's pretty much impossible. We've gone through a number of iterations before we even put the plan in place to see what is possible to mitigate excavation, to mitigate cost, to mitigate disruption of anything, anywhere, to have my parents closer to the house. I mean, consider it's my elderly parents. We fully are aware that it's a distance from the house. We're fully aware that that's not great, but not in the sense of this is now an opportunity for us to sever, rent, et cetera, et cetera. So that said, if that's an item that we can, that you'll see that is not really an issue. What about if in the same location, if we were able to address some of the variances? One of the major issues was the number of variances tends to make it sound like a big variance versus minor variances. So if we're able to manipulate the plans in such a way that most of the variances are kind of addressed, other than the front yard one, which is a bit of a technical issue, as Mr. Whitlib pointed out, that if it isn't considered a front yard where the building is going to go, then the front yard variance is not applicable. The side or the setback is not applicable to that one anymore. So 2 or 3 right away kind of get stricken just because of the wording and the weird peninsula that runs up Huron Woods that makes that side of the lot so long, but it's really just 2 meters wide that run the full length of the road, sort of thing. So I guess the short question is, if we address some of the variances, is that possible to reevaluate the application given new or lesser variances? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nicoletta. Mr. Whitlib, are we into a different application at that point, or are we because I think we're beginning just to re-debate the entire issue, and I'm afraid that this is going to go on for an extended period of time, and you know, we're proposing a deferral at this point when people can come back after a month's opportunity to think it over. It does give all the parties an opportunity to consider their positions, perhaps discuss things with one another, and then come back to council chambers in a month's time. And I did say we did vote here from the floor. So please, Mr. Ford, if you want to step forward, thank you.
Thank you very much for hearing me again. Just wondered if on the site visits, if it would be possible for one of us just to walk around the site with you and just explain some more of the issues that we have with regards to safety. Some of the issues are very specific to the area, and we, you know, as I've pointed out, we've got buses turning around in the area, school children, etc. It would be really useful if we could have some input while you're on site, just to address those issues.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Did Canada Post provide you with documentation that the mailboxes were unsafe to deliver to?
That's what we've been led to believe.
Oh.
Yeah, so many years ago that they won't.
Okay.
They'll
So
deliver on other roads in the area, but it's very dangerous, the sight lines and the.
So currently, Canada Post does not deliver to the post office?
It won't deliver to our mailboxes. It's
okay.
They describe it as too dangerous.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Councillor Young?
Yeah, just as to your comment, Mr. Ford, I don't think it's necessary that you be there to show us around type of thing, you know, direct us. I think we're quite capable of having a look at the property ourselves, as has been done. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I wouldn't want any prejudice to be formed by that either. Mr. Whitlib, did you have any further comment?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I think you had a question in there for me as to whether or not a new application would be triggered should the committee be presented with either an alternate location or a variation to the design details. A new application would only be triggered if there were additional variances that were not previously considered or and circulated through the public notification process, or if it's a variance from the same provision from the zoning bylaw but seeking more relief. So let's say the redesign includes putting the building closer to the road than being requested here tonight. That too would trigger a new application. But if it's going the other way, still requiring relief but less relief, it would not require a new application. It could be a continuation of the process.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whitlam.
And the deputy clerk, I think, has some additional wording to the motion based on the comment from the applicant about potential redesign.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it would be deferred at the next Development Services Committee to allow all members of the committee to visit the site, and in order to obtain the following additional information: site line analysis by staff, and for the applicant to consider an alternate location or design.
Okay, thank you very much.
If there's a mover and seconder, Mr. Chair.
And we have a mover and a seconder. Mr. Clark to move. Mr. Shell to second.
Would you like me to put the formal motion on the floor, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Thank you. Moved by Clark, seconded by Shell. It is recommended that minor variance application 2023-A03, David and Danielle Nicoletta, 67A Huron Woods Drive, be deferred to the next Development Services Committee meeting to allow all members of the committee to visit the site, and in order to obtain the following additional information: site line analysis by staff, and for the applicant to consider an alternate location or design.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. And may I have all those in favor of the motion? All those opposed? Motion is carried. And we are now at the end of that application. I do want to radiate, sorry? Yeah, I know I will. Yes, I just wanted to reiterate Councillor Clark's earlier sentiment that thank you very much to everyone to come forward today and express your concerns about this application. Hopefully in a month's time we can come to a conclusion, and we look forward to that opportunity, and we'll see you in a month. So thank you very much. So a copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regards to the application. Thank you again. Good evening.
Thank you.
Well, just one moment, Councillor Young. Madam Deputy Clerk, we will probably need a motion to go past 4 hours. And we still have some people present. Would it be advisable to find out why they're here and maybe advance those items on the agenda?
I'm up next.
Oh, you're up next. So the last thing you want us to do is take a break. We'll take a 5-minute recess. I think there are some of us with urgent needs. So having said that, it's now 8:30, well, I'll call it 8:38. Madam Deputy Clerk, do we need a motion to recess?
No, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And just to note, we do have the people that have registered for the applications as well, online as well.
Oh, yes, right. Okay, thank you.
So the applicants that have registered either for in-person or computer are both in attendance for those two methods.
Oh, and which items are those on the agenda?
There's each one, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
So are they items C, D, E, F, or G, or all of them?
Correct, all of them.
Oh, I see, okay.
All have applicants or their agents
Right.
In attendance,
Fair enough.
either registered through
Fair enough.
Zoom or in-person attendance.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you very much. We'll take a 5-minute recess, and we'll be back at 8:43.
I'll just ask
Please.
IT to count us back in, please, Mr.
Oh,
Deputy
sorry,
Mayor.
yes, I didn't realize we left. So could you count us back in, please?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, we're live.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Deputy Clerk, if we could have a motion to go past the 4 hours first, and then we'll proceed with item 6C.
Moved by Hutchinson, seconded by Bard. It is recommended that Rule 14.19A, as per the Consolidated Procedural Bylaw number 2017-165, be suspended in order to allow the meeting to proceed past the 4-hour adjournment requirement.
All in favor of the motion? Okay, the motion is passed. With that, we move on to item 6C on the agenda, application 2023-A04, Lawrence and Pamela Hill of 246 Line 11 South. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the proposed application by Lawrence and Pamela Hill on lands municipally known as 246 Line 11 South. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the proposed application. Has there been any correspondence received on this matter, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Correspondence received from the Township of Oro-Medonte Manager of Development Engineering and Operations Division, both dated February 10, 2023.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn the meeting over to Catherine McCarroll, Intermediate Planner, who will explain the purpose and effect of the proposed application and any written statement received from the applicants. Ms. McCarroll, please proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. So the subject property is located at 246 Line 11 South. The property is zoned Residential 1 and designated Hawkstone Residential Area in the existing official plan and designated rural settlements in the adopted official plan. The current use of the property is residential. Next slide. There we go. So the applicants are proposing to build an addition to their existing detached accessory building. So they're looking for relief from section 5.1.3b, minimum rear yard setback for an accessory building to be reduced from 2 meters to 1.2 meters. Section 5.1.4, maximum height to be increased from 4.5 meters to 4.6 meters. Section 5.1.5, maximum lot coverage to be increased from 5% to 8.2%. And then section 5.1.6, maximum floor area to be increased from 70 square meters to 137.5 square meters. Next slide. So this is an aerial photo of the property. So the dark gray roof is the existing single detached dwelling, and the existing garage is located behind the dwelling right along the rear lot line. Next slide. So this map illustrates the zoning of the property, which is Residential 1. Next slide. So this map illustrates that the property is designated Hawkstone Residential Area in the township's existing official plan. Next slide. And it's designated rural settlements in the township's adopted official plan. Next slide. And the property is designated settlements in the county's official plan. Next slide. So this is the applicant's site plan. So the existing garage is circled in blue. It's only 0.05 meters from the rear lot line. And the proposed addition will be set back. It's identified in red, and it's proposed to be 1.2 meters from the rear lot line. Next slide. So these are the applicant's elevation drawings. So the image on the left shows the existing garage on the right side and the addition on the left. So they're both proposed to be 1 story, but as you can see in their sketch, the addition is proposed to be taller than the existing garage. So they have requested a height of 4.6 meters, whereas the zoning bylaw allows a height of 4.5 meters, so just slightly higher. And it's measured, the height for the garage is measured from average grade to mid-roof. Next slide. So this is the applicant's floor plan. So the existing garage is on the right-hand side and it's 92.9 square meters existing. And then the proposed addition is on the left-hand side and it's 44.5 square meters, which gives a total of 137.5 square meters. Next slide. So these photos show the views looking both north and south along line 11 south. Next slide. This is the public notice sign that was posted along the road. Next slide. So the photo on the left shows the existing detached accessory building, and then the photo on the right shows the existing dwelling. Next slide. So this photo shows the existing carport that will be removed to accommodate the garage addition. Next slide. So the photo on the left shows the fence along the south interior side lot line. And you can see in the distance, there's a woodland behind the property. So they'll both act as a buffer for the garage addition. And then the photo on the right shows the vegetation along the north interior side lot line, which will completely screen the garage from that neighbor. So one of the recommended conditions is that the owner maintains the vegetative buffer or replaces it with a similar vegetative buffer if it's destroyed. Next slide. So it's recommended that minor variance application 2023-A04 be approved on the basis that the application is consistent with and conforms to provincial policies, the County of Simcoe and the Township official plans. It meets the 4 test of the Planning Act and it represents good planning. So on the screen here, I have all the recommended conditions. So they're all standard conditions except for one, that they're required to remove the lean-to and the metal structure once they receive occupancy for the addition, because both of them were not included in the lot coverage calculation. So I'm available if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McCarroll. Can I now ask Lawrence Hill, who's registered to speak to the application, if he wishes to provide comments or indicate anything further to be added to the staff presentation. And Mr. Hill, if you could state your name and address, that we
Larry Hill, Lawrence Hill, 246 line 11 South. I really don't have anything to add. Is there any questions? I can answer them.
Yes, Mr. Councillor Young.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Why the height? Why so high?
I have old cars and I want to store 2 of them, one on top of the other. So I just want to put a hoist in, just so I have a little bit extra height.
Okay, so there's going to be no second floor
No,
in there for
no
storage or habitation, nothing like that. It's just you're going to have a hoist.
Yeah, just to get me a little taller ceiling.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other comments? No? Okay, thank you, Mr. Hill. Committee members, do you have any questions for staff? Seeing none. Madam Deputy Clerk, are there those who are registered to speak from the public via Zoom or in person, other than Mr. Hill?
No, Mr. Deputy Mayor, there were no additional registrations received.
Thank you very much. And is there anyone else present here today who wishes to speak to this proposed application? Seeing none. To you, Mr. Whitlib, any additional correspondence being received during the meeting?
No, Mr. Deputy Mayor, there were not.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further comments or questions to committee members or staff from the committee? Okay. Any comments on the proposed application from members of the committee? Seeing none. Can Madam Deputy Clerk, may we now hear the motion?
Moved by Hutchinson, seconded by Shell. It is recommended, one, that DS 2023-012 Catherine McCarroll, Intermediate Planner, Minor Variance Application 2023-A04 Pamela and Lawrence Hill, 246 Line 11 South, be received and adopted. 2, that minor variance application 2023-A04, specifically for permission to build an addition to their existing detached accessory building garage with a reduced rear yard setback of 1.2 meters, 4.0 feet, an increased height of 4.6 meters, 15.1 feet, an increased lot coverage of 8.2%, and an increased floor area of 137.5 square meters, 1,480 square feet, on lands municipally known as 246 Line 11 South, Township of Oro-Medonte, be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2023-012. 3, that the applicant be advised of the committee's decision under the Secretary-Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. All those in favor? The motion is passed. That completes the application process and closes this hearing. I'd like to thank you very much for your participation. Thank you for your time. Thank you. And a copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regards to the application. So thank you very much. I just move on to the next matter in the agenda. And I just want to thank everybody whose matters are coming up next for your patience. Item 6D, application 2022-A05, Jonathan Halliday and Kimberly Solorzano of 161 Edie Station Road. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comment with respect to the proposed application by Jonathan Halliday and Kimberly Solorzano on lands municipally known as 161 Edie Station Road. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purpose of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the proposed application. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been any correspondence on this matter?
Yes, correspondence received from the Township of Oro-Medonte Manager of Development Engineering and Operations Division, both dated February 9, and Building Division dated February 10, 2023.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn the meeting over to Andy Karaskakis, Senior Planner, who will explain the purpose and effect of the proposed application and any written statement received from the applicant. Mr. Karaskakis, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The land subject to this minor variance application is located at 161 Edie Station Road, located on the south side of Edie Station Road, and have a lot area of 0.2 hectares. The lands currently contain a single detached dwelling and several accessory buildings. The lands are currently zoned agricultural rural and are designated agricultural in the township's official plan. The applicants are proposing to construct an addition to the existing single detached dwelling for the purposes of an attached garage and are requesting the following variance from the zoning bylaw. The minimum required interior side yard setback, the applicants are looking at reducing the required 4.5 meters to 1.2 meters to facilitate the proposed addition. This photo here shows the subject property outlined in red with surrounding land uses, predominantly residential, both on the south side of Edie Station Road and on the north side. This image here shows the subject property outlined in purple, which is zoned agricultural rural, which is a similar zoning as the surrounding context. Image here shows the official plan land use designation, which is agricultural. The township's adopted official plan shows the subject lands in a split designation, which is agricultural in the light beige yellowish color, and green lands designation. It should be noted that the proposed addition and the dwelling is contained in the Greenlands designation, partly within the Greenlands designation. This image here shows the applicant's site plan. So it shows the existing 1,400 square foot dwelling and the proposed addition, the garage, to be located on the west side of the property, with the 1.2 meter setback at the north corner of the addition, and flaring out to 2.4 meters at the rear corner. This image here shows the applicant's floor plan, so the existing dwelling there and the proposed attached garage. Couple of elevation renderings that the applicant has provided. The front elevation, the top drawing there, the image there shows the existing dwelling with the front door and a couple of windows, and the 2-bay garage, which is proposed by this addition. Rear addition at the back there, and a typical side elevation, which is the closest to the interior side lot line. Couple of images here looking east and west along Edie Station Road. And the notice sign for the minor variance application was posted in accordance with the Planning Act. And the image on the right shows the view from the subject lands from the road. So straight ahead, you see the existing dwelling, and later images will show a couple of existing tarp and structures there where the proposed addition is to be located. Again, a couple of images here. Again, the location of the proposed addition. Again, it's in front of the white vehicle where there's a small shed there. So that's the proposed location of the addition. And the tree line, which runs along the interior side lot line, which is, again, subject to the minor variance. So planning staff have reviewed the applicant's minor variance application and is of the opinion that the application meets the 4 tests of the minor variance, and is recommending approval subject to the standard conditions outlined in the staff report. And I'm happy to answer any questions committee may have. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karskakis. I'd like to ask Agent Keith Prentice, who's registered to speak to the application, if he has to provide any comments or indicate anything further to the staff report. Mr. Prentice. Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have Mr. Prentice?
He is showing, oh, there he is. He's just off mute.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, Mr. Prentice.
Sorry about that. Some Zoom technical question. No, I have nothing to add, and just want to thank staff. Incredibly helpful and efficient. I'm here if anybody has any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prentice. Committee members, do you have any questions for Mr. Prentice or for staff? Seeing none. Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have any one registered in Zoom or in person to speak to this application from the public?
No, Mr. Deputy Mayor, there were no additional registrations received.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone from the public present to provide verbal comments with respect to the proposed application? Seeing none. Mr. Whitlib, is there any additional correspondence received during the meeting?
No, Mr. Deputy Mayor, there were not.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further comments, questions with regard from the committee to members of staff? Any comments, deliberations, or other commentary on the application itself from the committee? Seeing none. Madam Deputy Clerk, can we now hear the motion for this application?
Moved by Greenlaw, seconded by Clark. It is recommended, one, that DS 2023-13, Andy Karaskakis, Senior Planner, minor variance application 2023-A05, Jonathan Halliday and Kimberly Solorzano, 161 Edie Station Road, be received and adopted. Two, that minor variance application 2023-A05, specifically to permit the construction of an addition attached garage to the existing single detached dwelling with a reduced interior side yard setback of 1.2 meters, 3.9 feet, on lands municipally known as 161 Edie Station Road, Township of Oro-Medonte, be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2023-13. Three, that the applicant be advised of the committee's decision under the Secretary Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. All those in favor? The motion is carried. This completes the application process and closes the meeting. The committee wishes to thank everyone for their participation today and your attendance, and a copy of the decision will be mailed out to the applicant, agent, and anyone else who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regards to the application. With that, we move on to item 6E on the agenda, application number 2023-A06, Roman Drobolowski, 2115 Lakeshore Road East. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the proposed application by Roman Dobrolowski on lands municipally known as 2215 Lakeshore Road East. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the proposed application. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been any correspondence received on this matter?
Yes, correspondence from the Township of Oro-Medonte Manager of Development, Engineering, and Operations Division, both dated February 10, Building Division dated February 16, and Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority dated February 17, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. I'll now turn the meeting over to Danielle Waters, Planner, who will explain the purpose and effect of the proposed application and any written statement received from the applicant. Ms. Waters, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. So this is minor variance application 2023-A06 at 2215 Lakeshore Road East. The zoning is shoreline residential, official plan designation is shoreline, and the current use is residential. So the applicant is proposing to construct a detached accessory building and is seeking relief from two sections of the zoning bylaw. One being the interior side yard setback, so going from 2 meters to 1.82 meters. And then the next is the front yard setback. So when we're in a shoreline residential area, people are able to have a detached accessory building within the front yard, which normally in a residential area you wouldn't be able to. However, so if they abut either Lake Simcoe or Bass Lake, they can have a detached accessory building in the front yard. However, it does have to maintain that front yard setback required by the main dwelling. In this case, they won't meet that front yard setback of 7.5 meters. They are requesting 3.04 meters. Next slide. Here we can see the aerial photo of the property, and I just wanted to draw your attention to, so the property is highlighted in red, and just wanted to draw your attention to all of the accessory buildings on additional properties within the front yards on the roadside of other properties, just to show kind of what it would look like in the shoreline area. Next slide. So the existing zoning on the property is shoreline residential. Township official plan is shoreline. This is the current township official plan. And the adopted official plan is shoreline as well. And then in the County of Simcoe official plan, it's designated rural. Here we can see the applicant's site plan. So a zoomed in version there, we can see the proposed garage. So there is an existing shed there that is significantly closer to the front lot line. That will be removed, and the proposed garage is slightly farther back from the road. Next slide. And here we can see the elevations. They meet all the elevation requirements, but just so you can get a look at what the proposed structure would look like. East and west on Lakeshore, as well as the notice sign posted. The left photo there, that's the existing detached accessory building that will be removed and replaced with the proposed structure. The middle photo shows the boathouse, and then the existing dwelling on the right. The boathouse is like a one-story, just because of the slope of the property down to the water there, so you can't really see it. Next slide. And then this is the proposed location of the structure. So the left-hand photo there, you can see the existing accessory building that's to be removed, and then the proposed will be kind of halfway through that and slightly farther back. The middle photo there is taken from the dwelling looking out towards the road, and then the right-hand photo there is a photo from the road looking into the property, where there's some vegetation there currently. And we can see the photo on the right, detached garage for the neighboring property as well. Next slide. So after reviewing all the policies, recommendation is for approval. There is a requirement for zoning certificate, engineered lot grading plan. There is not a requirement for a permit from Lake Simcoe, as it's outside of the regulated area, because it's so close to the closer to the road than to the water. However, they have provided no objection comments to us, and I'm here to answer any questions. I'm not sure if the owner is here to speak.
Thank you very much, Ms. Waters. I now ask the applicant, Roman Drobolowski, who is registered to speak to the application, if they wish to provide any comments or indicate if they have any further to add to the staff presentation.
Well, can you hear me okay?
We can indeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening. For the record, I'm Roman Dobrowski, the applicant and property owner. I think the town planner has covered everything off pretty clearly and concisely. It's really the only location that kind of makes sense on the property for the garage, so it is what it is. So I really have nothing to add, and I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much, Mr. Drobolowski. Do you have any questions for the proponent or for staff? Seeing none. Madam Deputy Mayor, do we have any public members registered via Zoom or in person to speak to this application?
No, Mr. Deputy Mayor, there were no additional registrations received.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone present here in the public who wishes to address this matter? Seeing none. Any additional correspondence received on this application? Mr. Whitlip?
No, Mr. Deputy Mayor, there was not.
Thank you very much. Any further comments or questions from committee members to staff for the proponent? Seeing none. Ask the committee members if they wish to deliberate on this application. Do you have any questions or comments? Seeing none. Madam Deputy Clerk, may we now hear the motion?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Shell. It is recommended one, that DS 2023-11 Danielle Waters, planner, minor variance application 2023-A06, Roman Dobrolowski 2215 Lakeshore Road East be received and adopted. Two, that minor variance application 2023-A06, specifically for the purposes of a reduced front and interior side yard setback for a detached accessory building on lands municipally known as 2215 Lakeshore Road East, Township of Oro-Medonte, be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2023-11. Three, that the applicant be advised of the committee's decision under the Secretary Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. All those in favor of the motion? The motion is carried. This completes the application process and closes this hearing. Thank you very much for all of those who participated. A copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regards to the application. Item 6F in the agenda, an application 2023-A07, TNR Industrial Doors, Inc., 15-25 Windstar Road. This public hearing is being held in accordance to the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the proposed application by TNR Industrial Doors, Inc. on lands municipally known as 15-25 Windstar Road. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purpose of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the proposed application. Madam Deputy Mayor, Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been any correspondence relative to this matter?
Yes, correspondence from the Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division, February 9, Building Division, February 10, Environmental Services Department, February 10, Manager of Development Engineering, February 10, Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, dated February 21, 2023.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. I'll now turn the meeting over to Andy Karaskakis, Senior Planner, who will explain the purpose and effect of the proposed application and any written statement received from the applicant. Mr. Karaskakis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The minor variance application for this property is located at 15-25 Windstar Road. The subject lands are located on the south side of Windstar Road and have a lot area of 5.1 hectares. The lands are currently vacant and are located in the Guthrie Industrial Subdivision. The property is currently zoned economic development in the township zoning bylaw and is designated industrial in the township's official plan. The applicant is proposing to construct an industrial building on the subject lands that is the subject of a site plan approval application. In order to facilitate the proposed development, the applicant is requesting the following variance from zoning bylaw 9795 as amended. So section 5.19 parking standards of the township zoning bylaw provides the required parking rate for several uses. So for industrial uses such as the subject development, which incorporates warehouse, production, and an office showroom components, the total required parking for this particular development would be 179 parking spaces. The applicant is proposing to provide 92 parking spaces on the basis that that 92 spaces is required for their manufacturing operation and is to accommodate their employees and the limited visitors that will attend the site. Air photo here shows the vacant property on the south side of Windstar Road. It should be noted that Windstar Road is a developing industrial area there. There's several developments on the north side of Windstar that have been recently been constructed and others that are currently under construction. The subject lands, as I mentioned previously, are zoned economic development in the township zoning bylaw, which is the majority of this industrial business park is in that same zone category. Subject lands are designated industrial in the township's official plan, which is in keeping with the business park theme of industrial and employment lands. The township's adopted official plan designates the subject property and employment area. The same uses are permitted in the industrial designation. It's just a more current vernacular that the province is using to identify in these types of uses. In the County of Simcoe's official plan, the subject lands are designated rural. The applicant has provided a site plan which shows the proposed development. A little difficult to see on this image here, but the subject development, the building is kind of right to the right side of the subject property. There's parking located in the central of the right side there where the mouse is hovering around there. The stormwater management pond is located between the proposed building and the cul-de-sac of the road. So this is essentially the area that is the subject to the development currently as proposed by the applicant. So the 92 parking spaces are located on the east side between the building and the easterly property line. Next image, please. The applicant provided some general renderings of the building elevations. It's a standard, typical industrial building, and the location of the entrance is along the middle portion of the building, which is shown in that yellow, golden, brownish color. There is the main entry, with loading docks located to the east of the main entrance there. A few images looking east and west along Windstar Road, and the notice sign posted on the subject property in accordance with the Planning Act. Few more images looking at the subject lands from Windstar Road. As noted earlier, the lands are vacant, so you're seeing vacant lands here with a woodlot feature located on the easterly portion of the property. A couple more images of the vacant property there. Not much to look at, but just vacant there, which is the subject of the proposed development. So planning staff have reviewed the minor variance application and are recommending approval subject to the standard conditions outlined in the staff report on the basis that the application meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act. Happy to answer any questions committee may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karskakis. Might I ask the agents Grant Beeler and Allison Teves, who have registered to speak, if they have anything further to provide or indicate with regard to the staff presentation on this application.
No further comments from myself. Just wanted to thank staff and Andy and everybody else for their time. Can let myself or Grant know if there are any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Teves.
Same,
Committee
same
members?
comments for me. It's Grant
Oh,
Beeler here.
sorry.
Thank you all, and been a long evening. But again, any questions, please let us know.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beeler. Are there any questions from the committee for the proponent or for staff? Seeing none. Madam Deputy Clerk, is there anyone registered via Zoom or otherwise present to speak to this matter?
No, Mr. Chair, there were no additional registrations received.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak or provide verbal comment to the proposed application? Seeing none. Any additional correspondence being received during the course of the meeting, Mr. Whitlib?
No, Mr. Deputy Mayor, there was not.
Thank you very much. Any further comments or questions from committee members to staff? Seeing none. Any comments with regard to the applications or discussions or deliberations with regard to the parking amendments on this proposed in this application? Seeing none. Madam Deputy Clerk, may we have the motion for this application, please?
Moved by Young, seconded by Hutchinson. It is recommended, one, that DS 2023-14, Andy Karaskakis, Senior Planner, minor variance application 2023A07, TNR Industrial Doors, Inc., 15 to 25 Windstar Road, be received and adopted. 2, that minor variance application 2023A07, specifically to permit a reduced number of parking spaces to 92 spaces on lands municipally known as 15 to 25 Windstar Road, Township of Oro-Medonte, be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2023-14. 3, that the applicant be advised of the committee's decision under the Secretary Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. All those in favor? The motion is carried. This completes the application process and closes the meeting. The committee wishes to thank the proponent and staff for their submissions and participation. And a copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regards to the application. Item 6G. Application number 2023A-A-08, Horseshoe Valley GP Inc., 1101 Horseshoe Valley Road West. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the proposed applications by HSV GP Inc. on lands municipally known as Horseshoe Valley Road West, 1101. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the proposed application. Madam Deputy Clerk, are there any correspondence received with regard to this matter?
Yes, correspondence received from Severn Sound Environmental Association, February 21, Township of Oro-Medonte Environmental Services, February 22, Manager Development Engineering, February 22, Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority, February 22, Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division, February 22, and Building Division, February 23, 2023.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. I will now turn the meeting over to Catherine McCarroll, Intermediate Planner, who will explain the purpose and effect of the proposed application and any written statement received from the applicant. Ms. McCarroll, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. So this public hearing is specifically for Horseshoe's minor variance application. So their public hearing for the consent application was held back in February, but my recommendations include both since I combined the two applications into one report. So for the minor variance, the location is 1101 Horseshoe Valley Road West. The portion to be severed where they're proposing the development, it is zoned Village 1, exception 318 Holt. The property is designated Horseshoe Valley Village in both the township's existing and the adopted official plan. And the current use of the property is Horseshoe Valley Resort. Next slide. So the applicant is proposing to build a mixed-use condo building with 195 residential units and a restaurant on the main floor. So they're seeking relief from section 5.19.1. So that's for the parking in the Village 1 zone. So what's required are the parking spaces have to either be on the same lot or within 200 meters of the permitted use. And in this case, they're requesting a variance to allow it to be within 275 meters of the permitted use. They're requesting a variance from section 5.20.2.2.1. So driveways that cross a front or exterior side lot line and lead to a parking area or parking lot need to have a minimum width of 7 meters. And in this case, they're requesting to recognize a couple of existing driveways which have a width of 6.3 meters. Next slide. And then they're also asking for a variance from section 5.19. So section 5.19 is the general standards, parking standards, which applies to currently to the future development exception 67 zone and the future development exception 68 zone. And in this case, they would like to apply the Village 1 zone parking standards to both the future development exception 67 and the future development exception 68 zones. Next slide. Oh, I think, there we go. So this is an aerial photo of the property. So the subject lands are outlined in red, and the lands to be severed for the proposed condo building are outlined in blue. Next slide. So this map illustrates that the entire property is designated settlements in the County of Simcoe official plan. Next slide. So as you can see on this map, the property contains a number of designations, but the location of the proposed development and the parking lots are designated village in Schedule D of the township's existing official plan. Next slide. And this map illustrates that the lands are also designated village in the township's adopted official plan. Next slide. So this map illustrates the zoning of the property. So as you can see, the subject lands contain a number of zones. So the location where the proposed development was rezoned back in 2020 to the Village 1 exception 318 Holt zone. So exception 318 permits a reduced minimum rear yard setback for the building, the staircase, and the terrace. And then the holding provision will not be removed from the zoning until they obtain site plan approval for their proposed development. And then you can also see a number of the existing parking lots are currently zoned future development with exception zones or exceptions. Next slide. So this is the applicant's site plan, which illustrates the location of the proposed development adjacent to Lake Horseshoe. So this site plan also illustrates the extension of Horseshoe Boulevard and the proposed parking adjacent to the building. Next slide. So this site plan shows the existing parking within the resort. So the actual resort parking is in green, slopeside parking is in yellow, the chalet and restaurant parking is in blue, and their additional parking is in both purple and pink. And then there's also a ski parking area that's located northwest corner of that map. Okay, next slide. So this site plan shows the proposed parking. So section 5.19.1 of the zoning bylaw allows parking spaces to be located on the same lot as the permitted use or within 200 meters of the permitted use. So what they've done is they've illustrated on the site plan in the blue circle, that's the 200-meter radius. So the applicants are proposing to have some of the required parking in the ski parking lot. So they've requested to increase that distance to 275 meters. They're also proposing to add additional parking adjacent to the resort so that they have the required 54 spots for that use. And they are also proposing to reconfigure the parking lot that's southeast of Slopeside to provide additional parking for the proposed development. So in that parking lot, there are a couple driveways, existing driveways that don't comply with the minimum driveway width, which is 7 meters. And they're requesting to recognize the existing 6.3 meters. And then I also want to point out that the parking lots adjacent to the chalet and adjacent to Slopeside, those parking lots are currently zoned future development exception 67 and future development exception 68. So one of the variances is to apply the Village 1 parking rates to both of those parking lots because there are shared parking demands between the uses. And by that, I mean that some of the people that come to the resort to stay there, they're also there to ski and to eat at some of the restaurants. Next slide. So these photos show the views looking both east and west along Horseshoe Valley Road West. Next slide. So the photo on the left shows the view from Horseshoe Valley Road West looking south along Horseshoe Boulevard. And the photo on the right shows the area where Horseshoe Boulevard is proposed to extend towards the new lot. Next slide. So these are photos of the public notice signs that were posted adjacent to the area where the proposed development is going to be located. Next slide. Okay, so the next few slides show the resort parking lots. So the photo on the left shows a parking lot adjacent to Horseshoe Valley Road West. So it's not actually subject to the minor variance application because it's actually on a separate lot, but I want to illustrate it because it is included in their parking calculations. And then the photo on the right shows the parking adjacent to the church that they've called in their analysis the sales parking lot. Next slide. So these photos illustrate the main ski parking lot where they have a total of 703 parking spaces. Next slide. So the photo on the left shows the restaurant and chalet parking. And then the photo on the right shows the Slopeside 1 condo parking. Next slide. So the photo on the left illustrates the existing parking on the resort property. Exception 69 requires 54 parking spaces and they currently have less spaces. So as part of the proposed development, they're planning on adding additional parking spaces to the rear of the resort, and that area is illustrated on the photo on the right-hand side. Next slide. So these photos illustrate the parking lot that is between the proposed development and Slopeside. So they're proposing to reconfigure it to allow additional parking spaces for the proposed development. And then the photo on the right shows one of the existing driveways that is less than the required 7-meter width. Next slide. So this parking area is not identified on any of the parking maps. However, it will be removed to accommodate the proposed development because that's where the building will be located. Next slide. So it's recommended that consent application 2022 B34 and minor variance application 2023 A08 be approved on the basis that the minor variance application meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act and the applications conform to or are consistent with the applicable provincial, county, and township planning policies, and it represents good planning. So I'm available if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McCarroll. Can I ask the agent, Ellen Ferris, who's registered to speak to the application, and if she wishes to provide any comment or indicate anything further to the staff report, Please step forward, Ms. Ferris.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. My name is Ellen Ferris, and I'm an associate with MHBC Planning. I'm here this evening on behalf of HSV GP Inc. and Free Developments with respect to the applications for consent and minor variance at Horseshoe Valley Resort. I'll endeavor to keep my remarks brief this evening, as Ms. McCarroll has done a thorough overview of the application and provided a good summary there. And it's been a long evening for everyone here as well. There are a few details I'd just like to walk through with respect to the proposed minor variances. I do have a slide deck, which I believe we have on hand. I will skim through the first half of it, but there's a couple points I'd like to provide a bit of additional context on with respect to the minor variances being requested. Perfect. So we'll just go to the next slide. So as mentioned, the site is located within Horseshoe Valley Resort. We'll just keep going. The applications are associated with a application for site plan approval for the site, which was submitted in which was submitted in the fall of 2022 and is currently with the township for review. Next slide, please. As noted, the development is for 195 units, 7.5 stories, and with commercial at grade. Next slide. There's just a few slides with some renderings and elevations to provide some context. Next. I'll skip over the slides with respect to the proposed consent, as I understand that was gone through in some detail at the last meeting, but it really is just to create a new lot within the resort, as well as a proposed access easement. Next slide. And the lot has been created in consideration of the requirements with respect to lot size and frontage requirements in the township zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. The proposed easement would extend south from Birch Grove Drive down to the site as illustrated in yellow, which would provide access across the broader Horseshoe Valley property. Next slide, please. So with respect to the first variance requested, it relates to a proposed driveway width reduction, and it applies to a handful of driveway accesses which are currently existing within an external lot to the east of the site. This lot is illustrated in pink. It is existing, but it's proposed to be reconfigured as part of the redevelopment. As alluded to by Ms. McCarroll, it is currently deficient. The minimum width that's being provided at the moment is 5.8 meters. This lot, through the proposed reconfiguration, is proposed to actually improve the existing conditions. It still won't meet the minimum of 7 meters, but it will be improved to 6.3 meters to provide access to this area. And that reconfiguration will allow for some additional parking spaces to be provided as well. And given that these accesses are currently functioning as is, this variance seems appropriate. And we note that 6 meters is actually quite a common drive aisle width in other municipalities to provide access, as well as is permitted within a number of site-specific exemption zones currently within the township's own zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. So the second minor variance seeks to increase the distance that parking is permitted to be located from the site. Currently, the township zoning bylaw does permit required parking in the Village 1 zone within 200 meters of the permitted use. And that kind of recognizes the shared parking demands and synergies within a resort context. It's only applicable to the V1 zone and not other zones in the township. So I have this figure prepared, which is different than the one Ms. McCarroll shared earlier. I will note that it says 250 meters. That's supposed to say 200. That's a typo on our end. So the orange boundary delineates where parking is currently permitted, and the green would be what would result as a result of the minor variance if approved. So 51 parking spaces are proposed to be located within that green buffer area to the north in that parking area. And we'd like to note that within parking planning documents, 400 meters is typically considered an average 5-minute walk. So with those proposed 51 parking spaces being located within 275 meters of the site, this will still provide for an under a 5-minute walk to the site,
as well as a reasonable walking distance to other amenities at the resort, and understanding that there is kind of a shared parking arrangement between uses that exist there. And lastly, this minor variance will allow for the required number of parking spaces to be provided through the proposed development rather than seek a reduction in the required parking for the proposed development. And as confirmed through parking reviews and letters that have been provided by our project engineers and submitted to the township, there is currently enough supply at the resort to accommodate this proposed parking arrangement. Next slide, please. And lastly, the last minor variance seeks to apply the Village 1 parking standards to 2 site-specific future development zones that exist on the subject property. I just want to provide a bit more context around this specific parking rate. So the Village 1 zone was approved and implemented in the Township zoning bylaw in 2014, and the V1 zone, or the Village 1 zone, is intended to apply to lands within the Horseshoe Valley Resort. The V1 zone permits a variety of residential and non-residential uses, and it's subject to a different set of parking rates than other zones in the Township zoning bylaw. And as part of the development of this V1 zone and the associated parking rates, there was a thorough study completed that reviewed parking demands, and it resulted in these rates being implemented in the zoning bylaw. So overall, this proposed variance really seeks to implement the intended function of the V1 parking standards on lands within the resort. And as you can see by the figure on the screen, there's only a handful of lands that are actually designated Village 1. The remainder are designated future development site-specific zones, which are subject to the other parking rates in the Township zoning bylaw, the general rates, rather than the site-specific, rather than the V1 zone rates, which were specifically developed for Horseshoe Valley Resort. Next slide, please. So overall, it's really our opinion that the applications represent good planning, and we're supportive of township staff's recommendation as outlined in their staff report. Both myself and Derek Canetti from Freed are here this evening if there are any questions, and be happy to answer them. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ferris. Do you have any questions to the committee members? Do you have any questions to staff or to, yes, please, Councillor Shell.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. And my question is to you, ma'am, I'm sorry you're away from the mic. How do you feel about shrinking the width of the driveway from 23 feet to 20 feet? That seems like, I've been in the resort area there before, and the traffic is pretty tight in some cases, especially in the winter with the snow. Do you feel that's a safe thing to do?
Sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, are you referring to the proposed variance to reduce the driveway aisle width?
Yes.
Yes, we feel it's appropriate. We're actually increasing it from what's currently existing. So we feel it is appropriate, and we're actually improving the existing condition. We note that it is common in other municipalities to have a minimum width of 6. So we are providing a width that's beyond a standard in other jurisdictions.
Well, then I must have misunderstood it, because I read it to be being reduced from 23 feet to 20 feet. So must have been my mistake.
Yeah, it is. Sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. We are requesting a reduction from the standard, but what's currently existing would be a non-complying, I guess, situation currently. So we are improving something that's currently not in compliance with the zoning bylaw.
Okay, thank you. And if I may, what about fire route access? How is that? That's not even mentioned in here at all.
Yes, so that, through you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, this is something that is being reviewed through the ongoing site plan approval process, which is with the township staff for review currently. There is a secondary access proposed through that application, which is being reviewed as currently. So.
Okay, thank you. And then one final one, it's just more of a, these are condos, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm just wondering why you're not, like, you're getting people to park, walking 275 meters from, to go to my condo. Personally, I don't see that as comfortable.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, they will be, the plan is for a plan of condominium to be proposed and developed on the site. It is, maybe I'll let Derek Kennedy speak to this just for the future plans, because I believe there is some plans to have it in a rental pool as well. So there will be some rental aspect to it as well.
Okay, how many condos? 195?
Correct, yes.
And how many parking spaces?
There are a total of 200 and, have it written down, 271 parking spaces.
Okay, but they're set away from the condo because you can't get them in too close.
137 of those parking spaces are proposed within the development site. And then there are 134 spaces proposed in external lots in proximity to the site, and 51 would be beyond that 200-meter buffer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Schell and Ms. Ferris. Any further questions with regard to this matter? I just give me 1 second. I just did have one question. In terms of disabled parking spots, how does that factor into this parking spot issue, or is it just accommodated for in general planning principles?
Yeah, so the accessibility parking spaces or the barrier-free spaces are provided, the required number, and they're in proximity to the site within the zoning bylaw requirements.
Thank you very much. Yes, please. Please come forward and state your name. And
good evening, committee members. Derek Kennedy, so I'm with Free Developments. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Schnell. So your question earlier about, I guess, the comfort of, parking, perhaps 275 meters away. So I would like to I guess, reiterate that. So earlier last year, excuse me, we did submit for a minor variance to reduce the minimum condo size to, I believe, under 450 square feet. So the way this development is designed, it's designed, it is going to be a full condo. So there will be condo ownership, but it's more so designed to act as a hotel room and to also complement the hotel program being run by the resort. So we are doing quite well in sales. We're planning on meeting our thresholds relatively soon, and a number of the buyers that we are seeing are going to very likely throw their unit back into the rental program. So, there is a drop-off point as well. So similar to any other hotel, you would drop off your luggage and your guests, and then perhaps park a little further away. So I think that's probably a common operational feature for most hotels, perhaps even some condos, and a lot of condos even downtown. So I think there's quite a bit of precedent for parking and then dropping people off away.
Be something like a bit of a valet service then?
I wouldn't call it valet. I would more say that, for example, if I was in my family, I'd probably drop my wife and kids off there and then park the car a little further away. But I would also have to grab the car as well.
Thank you.
thank you very much. Appreciate the comments. Okay, any further questions with regard to this application? Seeing none. Are there any other parties registered to speak with regard to this, Madam Deputy Clerk?
No, there are no additional registrations received.
Thank you very much. And there being no one else here present, I presume therefore there's no further public commentary from the audience. Planning staff, are there any additional correspondence received during the meeting, Mr. Whitlip?
No additional comments were received.
Thank you very much. Any further comments or questions from the committee itself? I see none. Any questions, any deliberations, any comments, or any concerns from members of the committee? Seeing none. Madam Deputy Clerk, may we have the motion, please?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Young. It is recommended, 1, that DS 2023-016, Catherine McCarroll, Intermediate Planner, Minor Variance Application 2023-A08, HSV GP Inc., 1101 Horseshoe Valley Road East be received and adopted. 2, that consent application 2022-B34 by HSV GP Inc. to create a new lot for a proposed mixed-use commercial and residential condominium development and to create an easement along Horseshoe Boulevard from Birch Grove Drive to the new lot for access to the site on the lands municipally known as 1101 Horseshoe Valley Road West, Township of Oro-Medonte, be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2023-016. 3, that minor variance application 2023-A08 by HSV GP Inc., specifically to permit parking spaces that are located within 275.0 meters, 902.2 feet, of the permitted uses associated with the proposed mixed-use condominium development, to permit driveways that cross a front or exterior side lot line and lead to a parking area or parking lot with a minimum width of 6.3 meters, 20.7 feet in width for two-way traffic, and to apply the Village 1 Zone Parking Standards Table, Table C6, to the future development exception 67, FD 67 zone, and future development exception 68, FD 68 zone, on the subject property on the lands municipally known as 1101 Horseshoe Valley Road West, Township of Oro-Medonte, be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2023-016. 4, that the applicant be advised of committee's decision under the Secretary-Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. All those in favor of the motion? The motion is carried. This completes the application process and closes this hearing. I'd like to thank you very much for your presentations, and to staff as well for their presentations, and for Madam Deputy Clerk for reading the entirety of that motion. Okay, a copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant agent and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regards to this application. That completes the hearing component of the agenda. We now move on to item 7A, DS 2023-008, report by Daniel Waters. Planner Minor Variance Application 2022A-53, Randy Langstaff, 419 Line 11 South. Madam Deputy Clerk, may I please have a motion for item 7A?
Moved by Hutchinson, seconded by Clark. It is recommended, 1, that DS 2023-008, Daniel Waters, Planner, Minor Variance Application 2022-A53, Randy Langstaff, 419 Line 11 South, be received and adopted. 2, that minor variance application 2022-A53, specifically to enlarge a non-compliant structure by permitting the construction of an addition to an existing single detached dwelling within the 30-meter setback to a watercourse and the environmental protection zone, and a reduced front yard setback for a covered unenclosed deck to 5.18 meters, 17 feet, on lands municipally known as 419 Line 11 South, be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2023-008. 3, that the applicant be advised of the committee's decision under the Secretary-Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. Any questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Clark, please.
Sorry, just a procedure clarification for my own knowledge. Why is this coming through the reports from municipal officers versus a hearing or a public meeting? Just for my own understanding, through you, Deputy Mayor, to staff.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Through you, Deputy Mayor. I'll let Ms. Waters, who's still on the Zoom meeting, respond to that.
Thanks, Derek. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So this has previously had a public meeting. They had to do, I think it was a topographic survey and provide that to the Conservation Authority. They've done that. The Conservation Authority has signed off. So therefore, I was able to provide a recommendation for approval.
Thank you very much, Ms. Waters, for that explanation, and thank you, Councillor Clark, for the question. Any further questions with regard to this? Yes, Councillor Young? Councillor Schell.
Yeah, question. I don't have this on my screen, so I can't see what we're talking about. I don't have a hard copy.
I believe it's in the agenda handout. Yeah. It came out in the agenda package.
Maybe Tech IT can help get it on my screen for me.
So I believe the matter was previously considered by the committee, and there was one outstanding condition, I think, that needed to be resolved, which we heard from Ms. Waters was resolved.
Correct. So there is no presentation.
Correct,
There was a presentation previously
I didn't do anything. My screen went off. It never came on.
before.
Thank you very much. Councillor Young, in the interim, your comment, please.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. It's not a question. I just want to comment and thank you, Danielle, for what you wrote at the bottom of page 5 and the top of 6. It just somewhat makes our job easier. Just read what you wrote. Are the variables, are the variances desirable for the appropriate development of the lot? And you go on to write, planning staff does not expect the proposed additions to stand out, look out of place, or detract from the character of this established neighborhood. Second paragraph, bottom of 5, you go, planning staff are satisfied that the proposed development would be considered desirable for the appropriate development of the lot. And the top of page 6, just a few more lines you wrote here. The proposed development is not anticipated to have an adverse impact on the character and appearance of the residential neighborhood and will not detract from the use and enjoyment of nearby property. So I just want to thank you for that, and it makes our job somewhat easier to I guess, decide on how to proceed with it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Schell, we're okay with...
Oh, yes. Thanks very much for getting that back on for me.
Thank you. Okay. So those are all the comments and questions. Thank you very much. Can we have a vote? So please, all in favor of item 7A? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. I'd like to announce that the next meeting date is Wednesday, April 5th, 2023. And may I have a motion to adjourn?
Moved by Greenlaw.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, moved by Greenlaw, seconded by Bard. It is recommended that we do now adjourn at 10:04 p.m.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. And now I'd like to turn the meeting over to Mayor Greenlaw for the council meeting following the Development Services Committee meeting. Thank you all and good night.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. I'd like to call this meeting to order. May I please have a motion to adopt the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Young, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that the agenda for the council meeting of Wednesday, March 1st, 2023 be received and adopted.
All in favor? Carried. Is anyone have any pecuniary interest to disclose at this time? Seeing none, may we please have a motion for the minutes of the previous meeting, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Hutchinson. Be it resolved that the draft minutes of the council meeting held on Wednesday, February 1st, 2023 be received and adopted as printed and circulated.
Any changes necessary? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. May we please have a motion to approve the recommendations of tonight's DSC meeting, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that the recommendations of the Development Services Committee meeting held on Wednesday, March 1st, 2023 be adopted.
All in favor? Carried. May we please have a motion for the confirmation bylaw, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2023-014, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting held on Wednesday, March 1st, 2023, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, be engrossed by the deputy clerk, signed and sealed by the mayor.
All in favor? Carried. May we please have a motion to adjourn?
Moved by Hutchinson, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 10:06 p.m.
All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a great evening. Safe drive.